because it's a very high risk sector if we want to work. And the third one, they need to have like the specific idea or specific skill on which part that they want to take place. Because if we see on the positive side, it's the sector that very sustainable because everybody needs something to eat. Everybody needs food. So it's very sustainable sector. Yeah. But they need to consider about the risk as well. Yeah. This is what I see from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Changhan. The next question would be, how is agri-tech addressing the challenges of climate change?
Okay. Yeah. Actually, we already discussed a little bit about climate change and agri-tech. So agri-tech is the idea is one of the objective is to solve the problem of climate change. And I think it's also contribute for indirect effect to climate change. Because climate change, it come up with we can say like greenhouse gas. So agri-tech, one of the idea is to optimize the input, for example. If we, for example, if we irrigate the water to the crop more efficiently, so we can save electricity. For example, to get 1 ton of fruit, we need to need like 10 cubic meter of water, for example. If we irrigate it, like we reduce like 30% or 50%, so we can reduce the electricity 50% or 30%. So in the same amount of yield, but we use less electricity. So it contributes to indirect climate change, indirect gas emission that contribute to the climate change. So these are we see the indirect. And another thing is for climate change, for agri-tech, another advantage is we can use produce more in small area. Yeah. So if we take like for example in the many countries, they do the deforestation because they need more land. Yeah. They need more land for agriculture. I see in the news also the Amazon area, like a lot of forest was cut down by the people to use for agriculture. So agri-tech, another idea of agri-tech is to produce the same amount of product, but with the smaller space. This is the idea. So this also contribute to the climate change. We do not need to do like deforestation anymore. We just introduce the technology. We produce the same amount of food that we need, but we need less energy. We need less land. And for example, as I talk for why they need to do deforestation for agriculture. Because sometimes the soil that they used to produce to grow the crop is like not fertilized anymore because they do not do the real practice well on agricultural technique. They just put like the fertilizer. They don't know about their soil condition. They grow the same crop over and over again. They do not have soil test or any action to recover the soil. That's why in the same amount of space, but the yield is decreasing. Yeah, that's why they need to get a large area of land. So agri-tech is aimed to solve this problem. In case that we cannot like uh, reduce the space to produce the same amount, at least we can keep that same space with the same amount by introducing new technology. For example, if they have like the new seed, for example, that can produce more fruit, yeah, so they can grow in the same space, but the yield is more than before. So I think a lot of impact that we can have to solve some kind of climate change through agriculture. Yes, that's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chanhan. Where do you see the future of agri-tech in the next 5-10 years?
Yeah, thank you. I check in the news and I do the research on the market trend. I see a lot of company they produce a solution for agri-tech around the globe. Around the globe, I see. And if we see the technology adoption in the modern country, the technology already there, like 5 years ago, 10 years ago already. But if we compare to our country or other like developing country, the adoption of technology is limited. So I think the trend is moving like that. Next 5 years, I think in Cambodia, I think a lot of people will adopt it, especially the new farmer. For the old farmer, they can adopt with their level. They cannot adopt more than their level of understanding. But for the new people, they have like more understanding on that, they will adopt more. And I see it not just only in developed country, also uh, some other country in our region. If we check like the agricultural technology, sensor, biotechnology, a lot of country in our ASEAN country, they publish a lot of paper, a lot of company go to the market to introduce some new idea of new product on agri-tech. And currently I see a lot of people import this kind of product from abroad. Yeah, some is good, some is not good. So it is moving like that. I think it's moving like that. Everyone will adopt it because it helped them a lot. And uh, in case that the technology that can solve the problem, for example, save their time, lower the cost, make their return on investment faster, they will take it. So in terms of the developer, in terms of the technology development, we need to consider about that. The product that we introduce to the market, it need to solve the problem. If we can create this product, I think everybody will buy it. Yeah. So from perspective in Cambodia, I see like that. Sometimes because they don't know. Yeah. Because they don't know what is that. We see a green tag or something, sometimes they don't know. Some people they used to work in the old fashion, in the old in traditional way, they do in traditional way. So in terms of VI in the R&D, in terms of VI in the technology adoption people, we need to not just only produce the product, but also educate. Educate them about their benefit, about the advantage of the new technology. And we need to consider about pricing, about cost. How can we develop the technology that can lower the cost? That can give a better price for them. If we can do this, more and more people will adopt it. Yeah, this refer to your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chalhan. The next question would be, how does agritech addresses concerns related to genetically modified organisms, GMOs, and organic farming?
Okay. I think in biotechnology, we can see agritech is already included in the GMO and organic farming because agritech is just the technology that foster this kind of existing technology. So as I mentioned, like the GMO, like the biotechnology that we want to modify genetic of the product to have like more fruit to grow faster or something. So we need agritech because this kind of one of agritech, and more research need to be conducted to make sure that the process of the GMO does not affect to the health of the people. Because sometimes we use this kind of technology, but because of this research and development is still limited, so they cannot find any effects about the previous one that they produced. But sometimes 10 years or 20 years later, when the technology like more advanced, they can detect some kind of defects or some kind of problem. I think it's similar to some kind of medicine or some kind of food supplement that sometimes they produce it like 10 years ago. Scientific proof that's okay. Yeah, no problem. We can use it. But 10 years, 20 years later, now the scientific proof that we cannot use it anymore. Yeah. So the technology we need to develop, and if we say the green tech is the adoption of the new US technology to modify or to verify existing one, to uh, transform the existing one. For example, for the GMO process or organic process, if we want to do it maybe in expensive way, but because of this new technology, we can do it with the lower price. It's also benefit to a lot of people. So this is the real contribution, I think. Yes, to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chalhan. From the personal insight, what would you say it was the most exciting project you've worked on in the agritech space?
My exciting project, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow, the team we think every project is very exciting. But the thing that we're passionate about is the development of the monitoring system. First of all, like this one that we really enjoy it a lot because we are in electronic and communication people, and we love this kind of thing. And we need collaboration, as I mentioned. We don't want to have it like this version, but we want to improve it, and we want to improve the feature a little bit by little bit. For example, this one just only like have timer, have like some basic sensor. But another idea, how we can uh, include the irrigation process to specific crop in this controller. For example, if we want to grow like leafy vegetable, for example, broccoli or broccoli, something. So we will take the technical knowledge from agricultural, for example, this kind of product from day 1 to day 5, it need this amount of water, it need this amount of temperature. From day 5 to day 10, it need this amount of fertilizer, and then we include this process in our controller. So the farmer just only like selects, okay, I grow this vegetable. So they just select this. So everything will be automatic. So the farmer, if we can do this, the farmer can like save a lot of time because they do not need to care much about their crop. They just like to check, to follow up, to monitor in case that it's not working well or any something happen. They can do uh, interruption on that. But it will save a lot of time for them. It will save a lot of money for them, and it can reduce a lot of labor force. Just like reduce, yeah. So uh, this is one of the idea that we are working. We are passionate about the electronic part, about the communication part. But to make it really useful, we need other expertise from other people. So that's why we try to keep working with the people who are interested in agriculture. So they are interested in agriculture practice. We are interested in technology. So we combine together and then we build something that can apply technology to agriculture. Yeah, so this is the part that we are really love it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chanhan. It was really interesting presentation and very great insight into agri-tech industry. Thank you so much for presenting and answering the questions.
Yeah. Thank you so much too for invitation and opportunity for joining this event.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And I would like to introduce Dr. Wahida, Dr. Siti, sorry. I would like to introduce Dr. Wahida. Dr. Siti Wahida Shukeri is the Assistant Professor of Accounting at School of Business and Economics, UBT, and also CEO of the Prayer Met SDN PhD. Prior to joining UBT, Dr. Wahida was serving University of Malaysia Perlis and also University of Hale, Saudi Arabia, as an assistant professor since 2011 to 2022. Currently, she is an active entrepreneurial speaker to prominent government agencies such as PUNB, SME, MDEC, SSM in Malaysia, and others in assisting the local entrepreneur to achieve growth and contributing to the national economy of Malaysia. Thank you, Dr. Wahida. You may proceed with presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening to all of you. Okay, we are basically 2 minutes early. Okay, while waiting for 7 o'clock, allow me to set up my presentation slide first. What is it? I hope it's good there. Can you see the one that I'm sharing right now? Maybe if I can get some feedback. Is all there?
Yes, can see, Doctor.
Great. Okay. So we start now or we have to wait for another 1 minute? Because it's supposed to be 7 o'clock. I know that you guys are basically on 24 hours non-stop. So should I start now or maybe with the introduction about myself before I start into the topics specifically? Can I?
Yes, please, Doctor.
Okay, wait. How do I put this one down? Okay. All right. Okay, good evening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We still have active participants, Alhamdulillah, for the session. I am Dr. Siti Nurwahida binti Shukri. Okay, before this, I was in Malaysia, okay, since 2011. Okay, and then 2019, I left Malaysia to Saudi Arabia for 4 years. Okay, and then this year, August 2023, I'm newly joined University Brunei Darussalam in the Department of Accounting, School of Business and Economics. Okay. And then my area of specialization is basically accounting on the financial reporting and auditing, corporate governance, and so on. But at the same time, I'm also an active entrepreneur. Okay, I have the business. Okay, that's the reason why I come up with this topic today because I think that it is relevant with my experience, you know, to get the audience that joined today. To get some insights from my hands-on experience in running the business. Okay. So the topics today is basically related to digitalization. This is the world that we're living right now. Okay. The digitalization impact on strategic planning for startup entrepreneurs. Okay, I know that the IEEE's 24 hours decision is basically all dominated by engineer speaker. Okay, and I think I'm one of the odd here because I'm not from engineering backgrounds or technology background. I'm not an IT expert either. Okay, I'm basically purely from social science. Okay, but then being someone who doesn't invent any technological tools and so on, allow me, okay, from the social science area, okay, benefit a lot from the invention that the engineers have made, okay, have developed and so on, okay. We are not an inventor, we are not an innovator, but we are basically the users of whatever digitalization systems, computerized system software that you guys develop, okay, and then it's basically helps a lot, especially when we talks about business process and so on. So the digitalization is really an important tools, okay, in order for the startup entrepreneurs, for example, to plan for their growth direction. Okay, so this is the thing that I want to talk today. Okay, is basically on how you know, those newly developed softwares, computerized system, and so on really affect the way that the entrepreneurs doing their business today. Okay, all right. Before we start into details, okay, on how does it really affect, okay, the way that the entrepreneurs are running their business, how they plan for their growth and so on, with the utilization of digitalization in their business process. Actually, before you know, I'm preparing for today's session, okay, and then yesterday I came across this one post under the Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation, okay, official Facebook, right, where they have defined that the startup, okay, is a technology or innovation enabled business at the early stage with a scalable business model and a high growth strategy. So this is what has been defined, okay, by what is startup, okay, but not, this definition is not the one that I want to highlight. The things that I want to highlight is the comments made, okay, by someone at the comment section of that Facebook post, okay, because when we look at here, okay, hello Musti, if want to open a cake shop or nasi lemak stall or souvenir shop, can I call it my startup and join Tech Hub? So in a way that when I read through all the comments there, okay, it's basically our people are not ready for digitalization. In a way that, okay, first we have to differentiate between startup and micro level first, okay, or as this session would be pointless, okay, because I'm scared that, okay, by looking the one I'm circle here is basically referring to micro level of business, okay. Micro level of business is where you are basically doing on one man show, okay, you're running the business, but then you don't have a solid business systems, you don't have a solid business function in your company, okay, because it's more it's merely dominated by sole proprietor entrepreneur, okay. But then, okay, if you are startup, okay, startup, if I could define, okay, in a simpler term, okay, for example, we as a layman, we want to understand what is it really meant by startup is, I think, to me, okay, I always have my own way of defining terms, okay. Startup is basically when we develop, okay, some project with the hope that that project could transform into a revenue generation. Is business basically when we talk about revenue generation, but then with a group of team, okay, with a group of team, okay. So if you look at here, okay, when Musti has defined the startup, is basically they are referring to the business, okay, that have the business function, okay, and they have to have team there so that they can strategize, you know, whatever that is needed in the company, okay. So a startup, okay, is basically where someone have the idea, okay, you want to solve the problems, okay. For example, we don't have car before, but we want to move faster, so we need to have car, right? So when we are basically the one who manufacture the car is basically want to solve the problems that the public needs, okay. And with that, by selling or by manufacturing the car, it turns or it transforms into a revenue generation, okay. That what does it mean by startup at whatever sector, okay, whatever sector, as long as you are newly, you enter the market with the hope that you want to transform whatever projects that you want to do into a revenue generation, then it is startup. That is what that is known as startup, okay. All right, but the thing is that how startup, okay, now we have switched our mind. Now startup is basically a newly set up business, okay, newly set up business, because business by definition, we want to basically generate revenue, okay. Now we are startup, okay, we are startup business, okay. The thing is that we have so many startup business, okay, for the past years, so many, okay. But the thing is that startup remains startup, or sometimes startup, they don't even accelerate, but then they, you know, extend in the market. They no longer exist in the market after a few years, okay. All right, because last time for the past years, we don't have this term that we call digitalization to help those startup to still, you know, accelerate and be sustained, okay, in the market, okay. So this is where, since we are living in digitalization era, okay, this digitalization, okay, from my observation, because I've been running the business for the past 3 years, okay, I've seen that the digitalization is basically helping the startup entrepreneurs, okay, to sustain the business, okay. Sustains, okay, not growth, okay, but sustain, meaning that you are there in the market, okay, you are there in the market, okay, you are not simply diminish your business is still there, okay. All right, so startup, digitalization, how these two integrate, okay, how these two integrate, right? In a startup environment, like I said just now, okay, how to differentiate between micro and startup is where micro, we don't have a proper team, okay, we don't have you know, good team members in the company. So for example, you need in the company, okay, the basic business function that you need, okay, in the company is you have to have HR, you have to have finance department, you have to have operation department, you have to have marketing department, and then you have to have a product development or innovation departments, okay. That is really needed, okay. But the thing is that if you run at a micro level, you will never have these 5 business units that I mentioned, okay, because number one is you never hire people, okay. You don't simply hire people because you just is micro level, okay. Your financial may not be enough, sufficient to fund those people, okay. But comparing to startup, you are basically providing the product in the market because you want to solve the problem. At the end of the day, you expect you get some revenue, okay. But you also aim that your business is there, okay, for long term, okay, because you expect at the end of the day you can achieve certain level of growth, okay. If you want to achieve certain level of growth, okay, you have to have a solid team member, Okay, solid team member meaning that you have to have a proper department in your company. Okay, so startup environment are quite fun when we talks about digitalization, because if you have team, you can get your team, you know, to digitalizing, okay, the business process in the company. For example, you have HR, you have finance. Okay, last time how HR staff do their works, how accountants do their work, okay, how marketer do their work before. It's totally different. But now with digitalization, it's totally different. It's totally different. This is what I'm going to highlight, okay, in our 2-hour sessions today. Okay. All right. And then when we have solid team, we have business function. Okay, that is also we consider as a very you know, we streamline those business process. Okay, and then we want to make sure that this business function, okay, start to digitalize whatever business activities that they have in each department. Okay, so from here, okay, we want to relate, okay, we want to bring in digitalization into the startup, okay, we want to bring in, because some people say, oh, I'm selling only nasi lemak. How do I digitalize my business? You know, some people will always have that in mind, okay? But in fact, if we know, I think the clear example that we have currently, I hope that my participants are the one who stay in Malaysia, okay, all right? So that you can relate. Okay, wait, how do I close this? Okay, all right. The simple example of startup that incorporate, okay, digitalization in your business, even though you are in retail or even though you are in trading, you are not a fintech based company. Okay, we have Zeus Cafe, Zeus Coffee. I think in Malaysia we have Zeus Coffee. Okay, they have declared themselves, even though they are doing retail, okay, but they declared themselves as a fintech based company. Okay, and then we always think that how we start up in retail, okay, integrate ourselves into digitalization. We will think that, oh, we're not related, okay, we totally cannot enter that kind of industry and sector because we are totally different. If you are selling clothing, for example, then we say that this is not a necessity for us. Okay, we don't have to integrate whatever the world is doing, whatever you know, AI kind of things that people incorporate in the business. We don't have to have that because we think we have the mindset that we are not fintech based company. Okay, but the thing is that, okay, how does this digitalization is actually applicable to all business sector? Doesn't matter you are retail, you are selling, you know, even though you are small business and so on. Okay, because digitalization is basically by definition, all right, is basically empower, okay, the business units, the people in the company to apply whatever technological tools that have been designed, that have been developed for the use of all people. For example, okay, I think the simplest example if I can give is human resource. Okay, I believe that all startup companies should have their human resource department. Okay, and then for small companies, okay, we always think that, okay, we don't have to have a proper HR system. We don't have to subscribe to, you know, a proper HR system that is available out there because it's costly. We always think that startup, basically one of the reason, okay, why these people don't want to transform into a digitalization business process is because digitalization costs a lot. Okay, even we don't develop the apps for human resource department, but even we want to subscribe, for example, if we want to subscribe, of course you have to pay, okay, certain amount of money. Maybe $100 to startup companies is expensive. $100 per month, for example, is expensive because we're talking about 12 months. Then you got to spend like 1,200, okay, per year just for the HR department. So if you have 5 departments, you have accounting department, you have operation department, you have marketing department. So those things also you need, you know, available software that have been developed. So we want to subscribe almost everything. So when we want to subscribe, it's always come with cost. Okay, that's the reason why startup thinks that we don't have to transform everything into digitalization because we can just do it manually, but without seeing the negative impact of doing it traditionally. Okay, so digitalization is about empowering the business unit, okay, but we need the support from the management, okay, to educate our people. This is the time where we have to start incorporate everything in our business units digitally, okay. Digitally meanings that, okay, if HR just now, okay, we used to prepare the payroll, for example. We use Excel and we think that, oh, we are digitalized already because we use Excel. Okay, we thought that Excel and then we produce it in a report and then we email. Oh, come on, we use email. So email is also one form of digitalization. We would think like that. Okay, but the thing is that it's actually manual process. It's manual process that requires everyone to do extra work. Okay, why? Because you prepare the payroll, okay, in the company. Okay, HR staffs have prepared the payrolls, okay, and then whatever the salary information is being gathered there in the report, so we store in the Excel, okay, and then after that what we do, we email to the finance department because finance department has to process the payment of the salary, okay, and then when comes to the finance department, okay, they're ready with the report, okay, we got the email digitalized already, we think like that, okay, and then when the account department receive the report, okay, and then suddenly there's some error there. Oh, this is not supposed to be the amount that we are supposed to transfer to our staff. So you have to revert back to HR department. Oh, this is wrong. And then she has to re-prepare again and then email again. You know, so this kind is basically, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? It's fine. We just make correction and then we do again. The thing is that you are doing some rework, okay? You're doing some rework which you're not supposed to do, and at the end of the day, your staff would think that, oh, I'm burnt out because you are doing repetitive process, which actually the digitalization tools and technology that we have can actually help. But you as a business owner, you don't want to invest in this technological tools, okay, because you think that, okay, we don't need that, but in fact, okay, your staff is actually can do something that is even better than that. Rather than keep correcting the same report again and again, you can actually focus on another things, okay. So the productivity is basically haywire already there, okay, right. So that is one of the example, okay, how actually a startup should transform, okay, this digitalization into their business process. That is one example of one department. If we're talking about accounting department, for example, what accounting department do? They produce invoice, they produce receipt, okay, they produce the quotation and so on. The thing is that you don't want to use the accounting software that is available there. Okay, and then you will say, oh, that's not because we don't want to use, but it's costly. So we always think that digitalization come up with the cost. But the thing is that, okay, then without you realizing, at the end of the year, you are hiring, outside consultant to prepare the account for you. It's also costly, but then you don't see that, okay? And accounting department, for example, you have to prepare the invoice just now, okay? So since we think that Excel, okay, is one of the digitalization tools, okay, you tend to instruct your account staff, okay, to prepare, okay, we have client want to buy this, okay, can we come up with the invoice? So we prepare the invoice using the Excel, okay, so, and then we print the report and then we stamp and then we email, okay, this is what we used to do, okay. But then, okay, the thing is that we prepare, customer receive the invoice and so on. What about the next process? When we give the invoice to the customer, we expect the customer revert to us, do some payment, and then they will provide us the slip of payment and so on. Okay, it doesn't stop there. Your accounting team, okay, account and finance team doesn't stop there, okay, because even though they receive the payment, okay, it's already transferred in our bank account, we think that, oh, our business process complete already, we receive the money from the customers. But the thing is that what accounting has to produce, they have to produce report. How you produce report if you are practicing this kind, what we call business silos, okay? Business silos mean you have the data, but then you store the data individually in the department, okay? You are not integrated, okay? So because of that, your staff have to do to do work, okay, multiple. Actually the same thing, but do works multiple without a proper guide, okay, without a proper guide, and then you are basically doing repetitive work, okay. So when customer make payment, and then later you have to record in your accounting software, whatever that you use, okay, and then you have to reprocess again so that you can get the accounting report. Same thing to HR just now. Okay, when you provide, okay, the report to your accounting staff, okay, then they make the payment and so on, all right, the money out from the account, from the bank statement, still they get the bank statement report, okay, and then re-input again in their accounting system. In fact, if you digitalizing everything, you don't even have to download the bank statement, for example. Okay, so those things are basically our startup doesn't want to invest. Number one is because costly. The second one is because our startup founders think that it requires knowledge for them to employ, okay, those kind of system or software, okay. That's the reason, that's the thing, okay, that why it's hard actually to get all entrepreneurs to agree, okay, to agree to what Musti said here, okay, because we have the mindset that not every business sector can apply this digitalization, because we have that mindset, okay, without us knowing that digitalization is basically helping the company, okay, reducing cost, reducing time of processing business activity, increase the productivity of the staff, reduce the burnout, okay, that's a very important thing as well, okay, but we don't see that, okay, okay, because maybe we have no idea on how to utilize it. I think that could be main reason, okay, other than cost is high, okay. So and some startup entrepreneurs is basically having a hard times, to understand, okay, what is actually digitalization, okay, because I'm not an IT expert, but we have few terms, okay, we have digitization, we have digitalization, we have digital transformation, where it's actually totally different things, okay. And then how do we chip in, okay, if we are business owner, we want to chip in. Oh, but the thing is that we don't understand what is digitization, what is digitalization, am I doing things correctly? But in fact, if you want to grow your business, you need to be in those three phases, okay, the digitalization or digital transformation. If you are IT people, okay, it's definitely no issues to you, no problem at all, because this is like your food, but to some people who are laymen like me also, okay, it's something that we have to really understand. What does it mean? Okay, what does it mean? Okay, right. So if we're talking about digitalization, I already mentioned this, is basically we get our business units to use the digital technologies in our business function. Okay, we use this department, and then we integrate, okay, whatever technologies that we use so that we can communicate well within our team and so on. Okay, but then, okay, we have to understand first. I think, I don't know what do we call, okay, this one in IT field, okay, but I think this one is a very good concept to understand, okay, where they start from digitization, meaning that we are basically wants to educate ourselves that how does this digitalization take place, okay, in the market. Digitization, okay, is basically like this. I'm talking from the point of business, okay. Digitization is something like, okay, we are just a small startup, okay, so we have customers, okay. So normally before this, okay, if our company, some of the companies are basically doesn't even have their e-commerce, so what they do is that they sell traditional way, okay. Traditional way meaning that sometimes they just do through TikTok shop, okay, or TikTok shop is totally new now. Before this, okay, when I had a business in 2009, I think, okay, how I did is that I get the customers to email me, okay, if they want to buy something, because we don't have WhatsApp at the time, we don't have Facebook and so on, so it's only email. 2009, remember, okay. What the customers do if they want to buy, okay, my product, they have to email me, okay, and then they have to go to the bank. I don't think that we have online banking even at the time, okay, to transfer the money and then scan and then email me again, and after that I will process, okay, based on the money that I receive. But the thing is that it takes few days because I also have to go to the bank and check whether the money is already transferred or not. Okay, so and then when I get the data from my customers, I'm so happy because it's already stored in the email, so it's there. Okay, but the thing is that digitization is where you move from analog to digital. In a way, you have the customer's data, even if you have physical shop, you have customers coming to you. Okay, and then you record the customer's data, the phone number, and so on. Okay, it's on the paper. Okay, in your notebook or whatever that you have in your store. Okay, and then because you really want to keep the data, the information of your customers, okay, so you pick all the information and then you store in your Excel, digitalized already within. But that is basically digitization, meaning that we want to switch, okay, from the traditional way of keeping the information into a it's not a cloud, definitely. It's just a storage, okay, to store the information in the computer electronically, okay. But then the digitalization is different things, okay, different thing in a way that we have customer just now, okay, we already store the information, okay, in our Excel and so on, okay. But then digitalization is way of, instead of you get your customers to email you to buy, you basically invent an e-commerce, okay. I think now no need, okay, even though we are not e-commerce developer, we don't have to develop our own because there are so many free software for you to develop your own e-commerce store. Okay, for example, we have Shopify. I think that's the best one. Even when I started mine in 2020, I started with, because I don't have any expertise to even develop my own e-commerce. Okay, so I use the available one. It's payable by 200 something per month. I use Squalet. Okay, that one is also it's basically easy to sign up, easy to use, easy to upload the product and so on. Okay, so instead of you get your customers to email you or come to your shop traditionally, you are moving towards digitalization in a way that you provide apps or e-commerce for them to have different shopping experience. Okay, come on, emailing or WhatsApp the seller to buy something is troublesome to me. Okay, troublesome in a way to we really have to keep the phone number first. Okay, and then we have to choose which product that we want, and suddenly the seller say, oh, we don't have this stock, and then you have to change again which one you want to buy. Okay, and then you have to transfer the money. So it's basically a long process, and at the end of the day you feel that it is time consuming. Okay, unless if you switch your business model into digitalization, where now I'm trying to having my own e-commerce store. Okay, e-commerce store. Right, so you develop a very simple one. Okay, now there are so many good e-commerce platform. Okay, that is basically free trial. Okay, for a few days. All right, you can just try and launch your product without having to pay any single cents. Okay, you can just start to launch it already. Okay, and then so you switch, okay, the digitization just now, you switch to digitalization, you give different customer experience, okay, so they can, instead of they can now buy through your e-commerce. Okay, and then not only that, okay, not only that, when they buy, okay, you allow them to choose what payment gateway they want to use. Okay, some people want to use credit card, some people want to make bank transfer, some people want to use debit card or internet banking and so on. So that is also another thing that is already available. Okay, so like when I start the session just now, I thank to those innovators, okay, the engineers, the whoever lah, the technologists and so on, because you guys have really developed all these systems, okay, for the use of us people, okay, the layman who doesn't have any expertise to develop those things. We make use of it. Okay, we make use of it. It's just that we have to have some knowledge in order for us to utilize it, but we don't have to develop. Okay, we don't have to know the coding or whatever that you have to have. Okay, right, so from there the customers now happy because you basically giving them another way, okay, of shopping. Okay, all right, and then another terms that we have in digitalization is digital transformation. Okay, sometimes people say same, digitalization and digital transformation is the same. Okay, but it's actually I think to IT people, they were definitely mad, okay, because it's totally two different things. And I think I agree, okay, in a way that Okay, as a layman, you can use this term basically, but is by definition is different. Okay, digital transformation is basically we want to empower everyone. Okay, in our company. Okay, we're talking about the startup. All right, we want everyone to basically utilizing the technological tools in the company. Okay, digitalization. Okay, you have the e-commerce just now. You are using the HR software, you are using the accounting software, you are using the inventory management system in your company, you are using your marketing tools, okay, social media, the digital media and so on. Okay, so but then it's independent. Okay, it depends. If this department want to use, okay, some department it's okay. You want to use whatever the technology you want to use for your department, you do it. Okay, but some department still resist to change. I don't want to use you. I'm okay to work traditionally, you know. But then digital transformation is where the leaders of the company, okay, have to make sure that every team members start digitalizing. Okay, you have to transform every business activities digitally. You cannot process it manually already. Okay, for example, if you have inventory system, inventory department, operation department, and then you have the inventory units there. Okay, the warehouse and inventory units. But then these people say, I don't want. It's very complicated. I used to Excel. Okay, it's okay. I can keep my inventory details in Excel. I trust Excel so much. This is the thing, especially if you are startup. Okay, so you think that from using the Excel, it's easy for you to, you know, go through, see the data and so on. If you got to use like filter, okay, function in Excel, you think that's good enough. Okay, but the thing is that digital transformation is where you as a business owner, you have to get everyone, okay, in your team to use the technological tools and make sure that it is integrated. Okay, you cannot like everyone use, but then it's not connected. That's also a problem. Okay, for example, like my company, okay, because we have outlets, all right, and then it has to be integrated with the inventory that we have at the HQ. Okay, so what we do is that the system that we had, the sales system that we have at the outlet has to be well connected with the one that we're using in HQ. Okay, or else we cannot keep track the record. We cannot keep track our inventory. Okay, we don't know, you know, is it properly allocated or not, or do we still have some stocks in this outlet and this outlet, so we cannot see that. Okay, so digital transformation is where the business leader have to make sure that everyone use the technology, okay, and that technology can integrate to each other. Okay, if it's independent, then you are still at the digitalization one. Okay, you digitalize, but then it's not integrate, also no point, because at the end of the day, you have to process whatever report from each department manually again. Okay, if it integrates, okay, you don't have to like prepare, okay, the report or the information individually. Okay, it times consuming. For example, you have inventory system. Your inventory system, okay, we have this inventory system, but then it doesn't sync with the accounting department. Okay, accounting department process the payment, okay, record or how much is the balance of the inventory. But then if it's not integrate, then no point as well. Okay, you are not basically fully digitalizing your business function. Okay, so that what does it mean by this three term? Okay, to in the concept of business. Okay, digitization, sorry, digitalization and digital transformation. Okay, to me, digital transformation is always about the leader itself. Okay, how they want to transform all the business unit to get connected to each other. Okay, all right. And now I want to switch a little bit, okay, because actually today's session is not for entrepreneur, okay? It's basically, we have some definitely academician, okay? And then I'm inviting some of my business entrepreneurs friend also to join. I'm not sure they're here or not. So I cannot be biased, okay? When we talk about digitalization, is actually utilized in many sectors, okay? For example, now, okay, we are in the campus. We are teaching the, you know, the now they are Z generation. Okay, Z generation, I think. Okay, not yet. Alpha is still at school. Okay, so the students is basically when they come to the class. Okay, we see that less students is basically bringing traditional books or notebooks to the class. Okay, most of the students now are bringing their iPad. okay, to replace the book, to replace the traditional book that we used to have before. So whenever they jot down the notes in their lecture, okay, imagine they have like for 1 week, they have 4 or 5 lectures, okay. They don't have to bring like 5 to 6 notebooks, okay, just to record for different lectures, okay. They just use their iPad, okay, and then they got everything stored, okay. It's not digitalization, but then the way, okay, the way that our new generation switch is totally different than our time, okay. And then I tried to like, because I always skeptical, I'm teaching accounting, I always skeptical in a way, if students keep using the iPad, okay, for example, we are giving them the question, okay, how you jot down? To me, writing is always important, okay, but then they say it's okay, we can just import whatever PDF, whatever notes that our teachers supply, okay, and then we just use it, we can write, we can just even submit everything, okay. So how does that 3 terms, okay, the digitalization and digital transformation works in education is like this, okay. We have a students, okay, they get all the information, okay, they get the information in class, okay, we deliver the lectures and so on, so they jot down, okay, now they have a stored in their electronic devices, okay. So that is digitization, okay. In fact, that in a way that they store, rather than they store on the paper base, they stored it in electronic device, okay. So digitization is totally done, okay. These people don't care about paper anymore, okay. Second one is digitalization, okay. How for example in class, okay, how we supply the teaching materials to students. I remember last time when I was in the university, how I get the slides, okay, from my lecturer. When we finish the lecture, okay, we normally go to the PC in the class that our lecturer use, and then we bring our pen drive and then we get the notes. I don't know you guys, okay, but my time like that. Okay, so we will basically go to our lecturer, okay, get some permission, we want these notes, okay. That's how we take the notes, the slides, whatever that our teacher used. But now how we do is that I think all universities are basically having their e-learning platform, okay. E-learning platform is basically one kind of digitalization in education in a way that every teaching material has to be stored, okay, in e-learning platform, okay. So everything, whatever announcement, attendance, okay, teaching slides, assignment, okay, assignment submission, everything has to be there, okay. That is digitalization, okay, this in education. Third one is digitalization transformation, where we have some universities still don't use this, okay. So how they give the lecture notes to the student is some teachers say it's up to you, you have to find on your own, okay, that's mean. Or second thing, or maybe they also say that you can get the slides, okay, I will email to class representative and then you get from them, okay. So traditional, all right. But some, okay, in when we want to transform the digitalization in education in campus, we have to get the universities at the top, okay, top management of the universities have to get everyone utilize, okay, the e-learning. I know that some universities, even though the university have spent a lot in subscribing e-learning, developing e-learning platform, but some people, they still resist to change. They don't want to use, okay, they don't want to use. To them, troublesome. Some people, okay, no offense, okay, this is general, all right. But it's just that the digitalization transformation in education are not being supported by everyone, okay. So there's no point, okay, no point, all right. Okay, now we also have this digitalization in research. I hope that, if I have, of course, our participant is basically researchers. And I'm referring this to social science researchers, okay, especially someone who do the secondary data research, for example, okay. The way we get the data, okay, if we want to get some information, okay, for example, data from World Bank, or we can use Bloomberg, okay, to get some financial data of the companies, then okay, we are utilizing the technological tools in order for us to get the data. But then some information is basically non-financial, okay, and it's basically descriptive. So we have to do it in a traditional way, in a way that we have to, read each line, of the report and so on, in order for us to get the information so that later we can analyze, okay, into our research finding and so on. But then, okay, even if it non-financial information, okay, I think there's an application where that application can actually read, okay, the non-financial information and transform it, okay, into a useful data that we need, okay. For example, like my area, okay, we need the information about corporate governance information. So what we do is that we have to go through, okay, what is the index, okay, that needed, okay, what is the information needed, right? And then we have to, reading word by word, line by line, in order for us to get the information, which I believe, okay, in digitalization era right now, there should be an app or application that can actually process the information so that we can get that meaningful information that we want and reduce the time of our data collection and so on. Okay, so those things also is very important, but the thing is that we still lacking. I know that we have so many. Okay, now when we do write up, I think after this we have session on AI, I think by Dr. Tazli. Okay, we have the for example, if you're writing thesis, you can actually get the application to recheck your grammar, to resentence your to restructure your sentences and so on. Okay, that's very good. But I'm still looking forward for an application base where if it can process the non-financial information into the information that the researcher want. Okay, I'm not sure that are or not. Maybe some of you can just put in the chat box later because I'm looking forward. Okay, other than I'm just giving my lecture, I also want to get some input from you. Okay, because I'm really looking for one. I need the application that really can process the information. I mean, the non-financial information. And with digitalization, definitely is possible. Okay, right. And then digitalization in banking. Okay, this is obvious weakness that we got to see today. Okay, we don't go to the bank. Okay, to withdraw money. Okay, we don't go to the bank to withdraw money. Definitely. Okay, I don't think that any one of you, okay, go to the bank to withdraw money unless if you withdraw the money more than 10,000. Okay, or if you want to pay bills. Okay, I know that Akif, no, later, sorry. The digitalization in banking, okay, we don't go to the bank just to withdraw the money. We don't go to the bank to transfer the money. We don't go to the banks to pay the bills, okay, because we got to use the online banking. And I think this one have been started for many years. Okay, we've used to it already. Okay, and then even if we want to pay, okay, we got to use like Apple Pay, okay, progressive pay we have in Brunei right now, okay, meaning that you can just use your phone or scan the barcode to make payment. So it's basically, I think this is the prominent weakness that we got to see in digitalization era. Okay, and then what else do we have? Okay, now we have to recall back, okay, to what I'm supposed to give lecture today, not lecture, the session, which is the digitalization in business. Okay, I know that some of my friends, okay, is basically also asking, how do I manage my business remotely? Okay, I'm not there, but I still manage to do this. Okay, do I really trust my people? I said no. But then I have basically integrated all these technological tools in every department that I have in my company. Some still we don't have, okay, but most basically we have, okay, and it's actually easy for me to monitor, to control, okay, to get the report and so on, okay. So how it works is basically for HR, okay, I'm basically utilizing the one that is developed by my friend, okay. You can Google Workbeat, okay, the HR application base that I use for my company is Workbeat. Okay, Workbeat is basically where we can process the payroll, the clock in and clock out for the staff. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't really use the system because I have the team use it. Okay, but then I know how the system works basically. Okay, and then what the apps do. Okay, if the staff want to apply for the leave, okay, we basically paperless. All right, so the staff is basically staff it all over the outlets, because we are not only at the HQ. So these people basically, if they want to apply leave, they are basically apply online. Okay, through the system, they have to log into the application, and then they apply from there. Okay, and then to print out the salary slips and so on. Okay, I know this is common for big companies. Okay, definitely they utilize this, but some startup companies, okay, even though they already be like 5 to 10 years in existence, but some people don't really invest on this because they don't see the good things out of it. In fact, preparing what we call that, payroll slip, right? Salary slip. See? Salary slip. Okay. Is it payroll slip? Yeah, sorry, payroll slip. Okay. If you don't use the system, you have to use the Excel. It's basically time consuming for your HR staff. Okay. And then through that system, we basically can get just the approval online as well. It's a computer generated. Okay. But some people don't want to use it. Okay. And then to what else we have? Okay, to apply leave or clock in and clock out. Okay, we don't have to install the machine clock in, clock out. Okay, we can just use the system, okay, in the HR for our staff to clock in and clock out there. Okay, we got to see from the system, everyone, even though you remotely monitor the business, you still got access to it. Okay, all right, and then accounting system. Okay, how it has to be integrated with the inventory and sales system. We have many outlets. Okay, so those outlet has to we have to make sure that it is integrated with our account system. We don't want to like produce the sales report and then later we rekey in. Okay, we just want to integrate it. Okay, or simplest way is you can just download and then install and then upload it again in your accounting system. Okay, so that's basically sales system have to work, parallelly to work parallel with the accounting system. Okay, we don't want to this technological tool that we have in each department work independently. We want it to be integrated. So that is how I install in my company. Okay, I invest a lot. Okay, I invest a lot. Number one, invest in subscribing to the system. We don't develop, definitely. We just use whatever available. We choose which one is the best, so we subscribe. The second one is you have to train the people that you have in the company to make sure that these people use those technological tools that you buy for your company, you subscribe for your company. Okay, because sometimes you subscribe here and there because you really want yourself to use. But then these people don't use it because they don't have proper training and so on. So also no point. Okay, one of the successful key factor for the startup is basically you invest in people, you also invest in technology. You don't want to do that, then you cannot see your business have the growth potential. They don't. Okay, because you cannot monitor. You cannot monitor, you cannot control if you don't have the data stored. Okay, you cannot make data analysis and so on. So that is why the digitalization is important regardless what sector you are. Don't say that if you are we are not fintech based, okay, we don't have to spend a lot, we don't have to invest a lot because we're just a traditional way of doing business, we are retail and so on. Okay, which basically wrong. Okay, because if you look at IKEA, we look at Nike, even Starbucks right now, they are retail, but they are transformed into the digitalization. How they do, I will have some insight from these companies later. Okay, all right, so this is basically I think I mentioned already about data silos just now. Data silos mean where your company is basically, we have the data, we have the technological tools, okay, in our company, all right, but the thing is that it doesn't integrate. Okay, when it doesn't integrate, no point, because you cannot do any analysis, you cannot control, you cannot monitor, you cannot process the information. So the digitalization is another level. It's another level. All right. Okay. And some people also may ask, okay, if you want to utilize the digitalization, do we as a business founder have to be really technical expert in digitalization? I don't think so. Okay, given with the information at our fingertips right now, you have to go for some basic trainings in order for you to use those technological tools, okay? But then you don't have to be a very technical expert in every technological tools that you use in your company, okay? I think I don't have to explain on the data silos. Okay, but if you want to look at how data silos have been managed with the digitalization is, for example, if you look at here, we have in the company normal department that we have, if we have marketing, kan, we have sales, we have purchasing department. Okay, marketing, if they work independently, right, they store all the information of the customers, okay, what customers history and so on, what they buy and so on, okay, and then some of the information because you want to reward your customers. Okay, so you've done that. So your department survived already. You got everything, stored in whatever tools that you're using. Okay, now we come to the sales department. Okay, sales department also have same information. We have customers information and so on. But the thing is that they have extra information that the marketing department doesn't have. But this is important for marketing department. So that is why, okay, the digitalization, we have to make sure that all business units integrated because of this simple example. One department may have the other information that actually also needed by the marketing department. But what happens if your department that you have want to stay competitive? I don't want to have you guys in marketing department. We are in sales. We want to make sure that our department is performing at the top. So you don't want to share the information. So the information asymmetry is there. Okay, it's happening. Okay, but if you have a very comprehensive or fully integrated system, you don't have these issues. You got to share the information. Sharing the information is really a useful business activities. Okay, purchasing, all right, this to me is always a critical point where purchasing has to always integrate with the accounting system, okay, with the accounting system, because this is what I've went through a lot during our first and second year, okay, because the inventory that we have is $1 million. Okay, but then because we don't have a proper inventory system, okay, how we monitor, we just use the Excel, okay, which not useful at all, because we cannot even see the movement of the stock that being sold, okay, because it's not integrated. You have this in purchasing department, you also have this information in inventory department, but it doesn't integrate. At the end of the day, you keep storing the information. For example, you store the inventory, but then the inventory already sold. It's already sold because you don't have the integration. Okay, so this digitalization really reduce these data silos weaknesses. Okay, right. And then what else? I have a question. Wait, let me give us some break. Okay. It's not break. I just want to see the chat box. Okay. Another thing, okay, digitalization in business that I want to highlight here is basically digitalization provide big business opportunity to entrepreneur. Okay, why? What happened during COVID, okay, many business basically who doesn't have any, they don't develop any apps and so on to make sure that the business continuity is there. They are basically closing the business because you cannot open store, you have the restriction or control order, you cannot move out and so on. So, and then you also cannot sell your business, your product online because you don't have e-commerce even at the time. So what happened is that you have to close your business because the customers cannot access to your shop now. Okay, but some people who operates in e-commerce, the simple platform, they have the e-commerce. Even though COVID restrict people from going out, they still run the business because they operate online. Okay, so the customers can still buy, and those e-commerce store is basically performing well during COVID. Okay, during COVID, right? So but the thing is that some company who have not utilized that, they lose a lot during pandemic. Okay, some company who already utilize, they win a lot. Okay, some people even strive a lot. The one who are basically having the disruption a lot during COVID is basically those who doesn't have this kind of technological tools in their business. Okay, that's a really big impact and it's eye-alarming to all, okay, entrepreneurs, because you ignore the power of digitalization. Okay, the simple thing is e-commerce. All right. Okay, why I say the digitalization provide big business opportunity to the entrepreneur is because the digitalization provider is actually entrepreneur. Okay, digitalization provider is not an inventor. Okay, I hope that you don't get it wrong. Inventor is basically those developers. Okay, so we are totally in different field. Okay, the entrepreneur is basically the one who want to solve the problems. Okay, all right, and who's going to use, okay, whatever the tools that you implement in your business is basically will have a big impact to your users, which is your customers. Okay, your strength point of the business is always customers. Okay, right. So the entrepreneur is basically the digitalization provider. For example, okay, we have, for example, what we have now. Let me give example. Okay, maybe I can give the information, maybe the example of Delori. I'm not sure some of you aware or not about the company named Delori. Is Malaysian based. Okay, they have spread their wings to Indonesia, to Thailand, to Vietnam, even in the UK, I think. Okay, where before this, guy, if we want to move, okay, move house and so on, we have to find the numbers. Okay, we have to find the number from our colleague, our friends, to get the lorry driver, okay, so that they can help us to, you know, to get our stuff lah that we want to move. Okay. But with the application names the lorry, okay, you can easily install that, okay, and then you got to choose. Okay, it's like a e-hailing application based as well, like Grab. Okay, you got to choose, okay, which truck, okay, what kind of vehicles that you want to use. Okay, you want to use the service and so on from the system, okay, from the app, sorry, from the apps. Okay, so they are basically the digitalization provider. They are the entrepreneur, okay, because they offer that, okay, they offer the service. Okay, okay, then who is the customers? Us. Okay, if we want to use the lorry or truck services, okay, we just sign up, okay, and then choose which one, and then we pay definitely online, right? Then we are the customers. Okay, so this is basically the things that a lot of opportunity that we don't know how to see. Okay, we don't know how to see. Okay, even here, I'm basically having the problem of finding the school run driver, okay, for my children. Okay, but not only me. When I search in the Facebook, okay, there are so many customers. I mean, there's so many people who posted in the Facebook that are looking for someone who offer the school run service. Okay, because some working parents, you know, for them to go and pick the children at the school is basically time consuming. Okay, because you only have like 1 hour break, okay, lunch break. You definitely don't have time, and then you have to take your children to the school again if they have the evening schooling and so on. Okay, and then I've seen there, okay, the opportunity is where some take the initiative where, oh, you can install this app. Okay, you can install this app where basically you can choose, okay, which driver, store the information, okay, which school that your kids is going to, and so on. Okay, and then with certain amount, with certain charges and so on. So this is the thing where there's a problem there, there's a demand there. Okay, so this digitalization can come into place if you have the skill. Okay, and there are so many application-based developer who offer the service. Okay, it's just that we may say that, oh, it's very expensive, you know, to develop an apps, but we never know. Okay, we never know until we go and approach these people. This is the service that we want to offer, but then we don't want to have, you know, our own bus or car. Okay, we don't want to have our own office and so on to run this kind of company, okay, to run this kind of company. So that is why digitalization, if we employ them, it really reduce cost a lot, especially among startup. Okay, among startup. So this is one of the example. I'm not really an IT expert, but I got to see that the demand is there. Okay, and then with the use of digitalization, there are a lot for us to discover. Okay, even if we want to buy books, for example, see what Amazon have done. Okay, see what Amazon has done. Last time it's not easy for us to get the books that is only available in certain countries, but now no problems. Okay, you can just search from the Amazon, and then you can get it delivered to you. Sometimes it's only 1 to 2 days, you know. So this kind of thing is basically totally switch, you know, our way of living right now. Okay, so this is not the session where what is the other business idea, because I'm not that good, all right. But I just want to share that there is a big business opportunity by digitalization. Okay, a lot there. Okay, we have to work with those experts. Okay, with those experts. All right. And then I also want to highlight this. Okay, how does the digitalization have an impact into the business? Okay. Last time, okay, some companies who are having the business model, which is business to business, meaning that they are basically selling selling their product to only it's not retail customers, they are selling to wholesalers and so on. Okay, so what they do is that these customers has to go to the factory, buy in bulk and so on. Okay, but what happened now, okay, I've seen a lot, I think even some of you also have come across this, where for example, in TikTok, okay, or in Shopee right now, okay, we got to see that even those factories started to sell retail. Why? Okay, because before this, okay, without the digitalization to set up e-commerce easily, to distribute the product, okay, without the proper international shipping process, and that we don't used to have it before, it's hard for these big companies like a factory to sell don't want to do that. They don't want to put themselves in a hustle to sell retail. But now we got to see that the trend in our marketplace right now is the factory started selling retail. Okay, they fight with the local, they fight with the existing seller. Okay, that not producing the product. They are just a reseller. They are just reselling. Okay, of course their product is a little bit higher comparing to the factory, comparing to the manufacturer. But how does this people can reach to the retail customer? Because of the digitalization. If you look at from this, okay, they can just easily set up. For example, for Shopee, they don't set any rule. If you are factory, you cannot register in our platform. No such thing to happen. So they can just register themselves, get the products ready. They can even have a very cheap international shipping cost to deliver to the customers worldwide. Because of this, okay, we have another business model, which is business to business customers. So meaning that the big or giant manufacturer can also reach the customer, you know, by retail, not only wholesaling, they do retail. Okay, so this is the thing that is happening right now out of digitalization, that we have to open our eyes. How do we cannot compete definitely with those big manufacturer and so on, but this is the things that are happening right now. Okay, so we have to start. If big companies started to digitalizing everything, why don't us? We have to also do it. Okay, right. And it's really worrying, okay, in a way that if the factory started to sell at retail, this is totally crazy, disrupt the market, the local, I mean, not the local, the newly set up startup. Okay, all right. Okay, and then I also want to highlight that the digitalization, the impact is basically increased digital presence. Okay, before this, I don't know some of you familiar with the yellow pages or not. Okay, we got a lot of information. We got to see the name, we got to see the phone number. Okay, so we thought that the data is very rich there. Okay, but no point, because it's in a hard copy. You cannot produce, you cannot do any analysis to it. Okay, but now, okay, through digitalization, it's easy for us to do business in a way. Okay, how do we get people to at least know about our product? Okay, so if you develop your e-commerce, okay, you are basically under the search engine where people search about your product. Okay, a lot of choices there. Okay, so I don't know how it works. Okay, because I'm not IT related. Okay, but how it works is that the moment customer search, okay, we are basically in the internet radar, basically. This information, I think I have some information. Wait, let me show you. I think this one, yeah. Okay, where 81% of consumers go online to conduct research before heading out to the store. Okay, meaning that now, okay, now people, okay, even you, even us, okay, if we want to shop some things, okay, we want to research about the product first. What we do, we Google, we find the information, and then we find what is the store that's selling this kind of product that we want to look for, okay. But if you don't utilize this utilization, you don't have any e-commerce store, you don't want to set up, how people know you existed? People never know because you are complacent. I'm selling in my Facebook. Facebook, the search engine is not good, okay? You're not visible. You're not visible, definitely, okay? So if you are saying that, oh, I'm already digitalized because I'm using Facebook, I'm using Instagram, okay, I'm using TikTok, never help you, okay? But then you have to go to the platform where the moment people search about your product is there, okay? Because now the trend is if we want to shop around, we'll definitely go to Google first because we want to get the information. So we shouldn't lose this, okay? We shouldn't lose this opportunity because this is where the customer gather the information of a particular product that they want to buy, okay? So this is another things that we think is not important, but actually it is important, okay? It is important, right? Okay, and then what else we have here? No. Okay, and then I think we have digitalization in marketing. Wait, I will come later here. Do I have or not? I thought that I have. Oh, I should have. Okay. Sorry, I missed. Okay. That's another thing is where digitalization in marketing, where last time we think that it's not easy for us to get our product or brand visible in the market. Okay. But now with the Google ad or simple thing is Facebook ads, all right, it's basically easy for the customer to reach us. Okay. Google ads, I think it works a lot. Okay. It works a lot. Because the customer, the moment they search, we are basically appeared, okay, on the net, okay, so it's basically easy for the customer to know us. But the thing is that if you don't want to do that, if you never done Google ads, okay, how you get your business visible? People don't know you, okay, you have to do that, okay, you have to do that. I know that you do the Facebook share and so on, okay, the Instagram post and share, but it doesn't help you to widely visible, okay. Google ads, it works, really works a lot, okay. And then even after you're done with your Google ads, it's provide you with the Google ads analytics, okay, so you can just like postmortem, you do check and balance again from the project, from the campaign that you have run and so on. So it's really useful tools, okay, for the entrepreneur to do that. If you want the business to grow bigger, okay, another things that we have to employ is the digitalization in marketing. If you put yourself, okay, under the door where people couldn't reach you, okay, you cannot grow, okay. You have to get these people to know about you. The moment they search, your product or your brand appear number one in the net, then you can survive, okay. Right, and then what else we have? I've already talked about benefit of digitalization, basically. Okay, another thing is that if you already you're already employing, okay, the digitalization in your company, you don't want to stop. You keep wanting more and more. You want to do more and more, okay? You want to do more and more in a way that, okay, for example, you already have the e-commerce, okay? And then the customer make purchase, okay? The customer make purchase, all right? And then you manage to deliver whatever the things that you want to process, the courier sheet and so on, is all from the e-commerce. You don't have to like key in the shipping courier company and then print out the courier sheet. You don't have to do that anymore because it's already integrated in the system. All right, and then you realize that later, oh, some of the product is basically the customer needed some refund. Okay, some refund, for example. All right, and then you tend to, I don't want to process it through e-commerce. Okay, it's tedious and so on. And then you think that you have to add another plugin to your e-commerce store and so on. Okay, and then you instruct your account staff, can you do this refund traditionally, manually? Okay, but In fact, that okay, if you are on the digitalization mode, everything you want to make sure that is there, okay, is digitalized. So you add another button, sorry, I call it another button, I mean another service where the customer can actually request refund through online as well. Instead of letting them to communicate, okay, with our people directly, they can actually just do it, okay, through the e-commerce system that we have. So request refund and so on, meaning that day to day, you want to innovate everything. Okay, you want to innovate everything in your online store and so on. Okay, you don't want to do things traditionally anymore. Okay, for example, if your customer say, oh, how come your store doesn't have the e-wallet, okay, for them to make purchase? And then from there, you say, oh, okay, we should have this because we have the demand, we have the request from the customer. If you don't do this, you lose the customer. So you keep wanting to do more and more to satisfy your customer, okay? And then I put the example of Nike here, okay? How Nike basically, they are retail, okay? They are retail, they don't start with the digitalization, definitely. It's just that now, okay, I don't know whether you aware or not, in their apps, okay, you can install where you can actually scan your leg, okay, in order for you to know the size, okay, what is the best shoe design for you and so on. So they try so that the customer is basically the customer can customize, okay, their preference and so on, okay, and then they are basically having a best shopping experience, okay, with the brand. Okay, so that is why I said the digitalization is basically encourage innovation in a way. We don't want to stop there. The moment we do, okay, we like technology. We love technology so much because it helps us a lot. It helps us a lot. We don't want to stop. We want to innovate everything in our company. Okay, we want to innovate everything. Okay, and digitalization also will help the business is basically to faster growth. Okay, if we compare, okay, the first line that I have here, we have the digital based company, okay, which is Facebook, Netflix, PayPal, okay, LinkedIn, and Google. These people, they don't take like 20 or 30 years, to grow, okay, to be listed under the unicorn status. They don't have to wait until 20 years, comparing to McDonald's, KFC, Starbucks, Nike, Audi. Okay, this is just among the example. Okay, because these companies, they are basically work through traditional way, and yeah, they sustain, definitely they sustain because their business model is definitely fit in the market. But the thing is that comparing to the one who are digitally based, okay, they grow faster comparing to the traditional way of doing business. Okay, that is why now we see McDonald's, KFC, Starbucks, okay, Nike, Audi, even Audi, they have like virtual room for the customers to go and visit. Rather than putting like 20, 30 cars in their showroom, they just put like 4 or 5, and then the rest is basically through visualization. Okay, so they don't have to invest a lot for the showroom. Okay, so these companies also, they are basically starting to transform. Okay, they like the idea that digitalization also helps them a lot, so they are basically moving towards it right now. I think you guys definitely experience that, okay, from these companies. Okay, even Starbucks also, they have the application and so on. Not like the normal way of how they do business. Okay, this I have more. Okay, I already start actually this one, how business start with digitalization, because we always think that to use the technological tools, okay, in our business units, okay, business process is basically costly. Second one, we don't have skills, okay, even to use the Google ad or Facebook ad, some people have no idea, so that's why they attend training classes and so on. Okay, and then we think that because of those difficulties, is basically stop the startup to be relevant, okay, start digitalizing everything. Okay, but how do we start is basically we have to like not like 100% digitalize everything. Okay, we have to see where is the room of improvement that that our business units can start with first. Okay, you don't have to start for all department. Maybe you can start with HR first. Okay, because I think most of the available software now is basically free. Okay, free. So free for sometimes, or sometimes after you use for 2-3 months, maybe you have to pay, but a very minimal pay. You don't have to develop, you just use. Okay, or maybe you can start with the accounting. To me, accounting and finance department is I think the business function that you have to prioritize first. Okay, because at the end of the day, your company success is always depending on accounting record. Okay, accounting report and so on. Okay, you want to make the analysis from there. So to me, that's always have to come first lah. Okay, and then the inventory report is depend. If your company is having a huge number of inventory, huge value of inventory, you have so many SKUs in the company, then you cannot, monitor or store the information of your inventory traditionally. Okay, Excel is not a computerized system. Excel is just a storage tools for you. Okay, I know that Excel can do some analytics, okay, some analysis, all right, but it's very limited. If you use a proper inventory management system, it's really helps you, okay, and it's integrated with the accounting, definitely. Okay, and then sales department. Okay, some of you still using the manual way of recording sales and so on. Let the system do it for us. Okay, you store whatever product that you have in your company, right? And then the moment you have the customers, your stock movement is there. Okay, being stored there. Your sales information is also stored there. You can produce your sales report and so on without you having to produce it manually, process it manually. Okay, of course, there's always a room for improvement if you have not utilized any one of it before. Okay, and after you know where, okay, which one that you want to use, okay, you make sure that it is integrated, or else no points as well. Okay, is this integrated? Because we want to reduce the burden of our team as well, our staff as well. Okay, if we use the technological tools, but at the end of the day, when we want to process the information or data, we still process it manually, traditionally. Also, time consuming. Sometimes it will invite some errors and so on. Okay, so you have to make sure that it is integrated. Okay. All right, and then this is the hardest part to me. Okay, get your organization on board, meaning that, okay, startup, like I say, is totally different than a micro level. Startup means you have the good teams in your company, but the thing is that, are they really good, or are you really good? Okay, in make sure that everyone work together to transform the way of you doing business into a digitalized tools. All right, so we have to get these people. Not only to get these people, we have to make sure that everything is with clear vision and mission, and we have to make sure that the people know how to utilize those technological tools. Come on, technology is not easy. Okay, not easy to be used, to be utilized. Okay, it's very hard. So we have to get right people. Okay, right people to drive this, so that everyone are basically in the same pace, in the same direction. Okay, that's very hard, because some people may have some limited knowledge, some people may have limited understanding and so on, because you may have different level of employees and so on. Okay, that's a big challenge basically. Okay, I think that's it. Maybe we open just for Q&A. Is it? Where's our organizer? How do I see the...
Thank you, Dr. Wahida. If any of our viewers have questions, please list in the chat.
Because we have to finish until 9, is it?
Yes, correct.
Session, right? Okay.
Okay. So, Dr. Wahida, if any organization or business is hesitant to embrace the digitalization, what advice would you give them?
Okay, number one, you have to have a team, okay, that is the same direction with you. Okay, whatever that you want to do, okay, whatever that you want to do, you want to implement. Number one, okay, first thing first, you have to get your people on board with you. You have to get the people on board with you, okay? And second thing, after you made it clear to everyone in the team, okay, you also have to be someone that is in the know, okay, have the technological know-how, skills, and so on. If you don't, okay, you have to get the outsource, okay, you have to outsource the consultant and so on to make sure that your people know how to utilize these tools, okay? Or else, even though you have people, they are excited already, they are motivated, okay, to move the directions of the company. But if you don't have a proper training, proper utilization, proper use of those tools, that would be a pointless form, pointless point as well, okay? And third thing is, you have to have some funds allocation, okay? Because technology come with cost, training come with cost, subscription come with cost, okay? Some companies, you have to like properly balance, okay, the cost and benefit of using the technological tools, okay? Because you know that this provide a very good benefit, but at the end of the day, does your financial, financial condition right now, okay, is good, okay, for you to utilize those tools, okay? Because definitely training, installation, maintaining the system is basically costly. Yeah. The rest, if you're okay with that three, then you can employ those technological tools because it's definitely come with all the benefits, Yeah. I think we have from Azrin there. He is basically asking, can anyone repeat which software for inventory? Azrin, basically I am using the Zoho Books, okay? Zoho Books Accounting, okay? That is basically easiest for our team to use and is integrated with our accounting system, okay? And also sales system. So I'm using the Zoho Books, okay, there. And in that accounting book system, we have the inventory management system there. Okay, we use that one, and it's actually not expensive to subscribe anyway. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Wahida. The next question would be, what's your opinion on digitalization in government public sector, like whenever government is issuing the documents or those kind of services, like, do you think digitalization would be beneficial in that sector?
Wow, is this really, controversial question in a way? Yes, I think government in most of the countries, they are moving towards digital transformation. I think that is the main agenda of the government worldwide, okay? Regardless of what sector, okay? Regardless of what sector, is it education or is it, technology, what else we have, okay? Public sector, but the human resource and so on, okay? But the thing is that, what the government wanted to do is basically not reach to the end user, okay? I was living in Saudi Arabia for the 4 years, okay? I got to see how integrated, okay, the digitalization, the tools that are they using, and it's basically connected to one department to one department. Easy way, if I can give example, okay? If you want to rent a car, okay, okay, it doesn't work independently there, okay? It is basically what definitely we say is under Ministry of Transport, right? Because the car rental company, they have to get themselves registered there, okay, registered under the Ministry of Transport. But the moment you rent a car there, okay, all your information are being stored in one database, one application that they call Upshare, okay, where you got to see all your financial information there, how much you owe to the bank, okay, what car you're renting, when you're going to deliver, okay, are you in the country or outside the country? So it is integrated, okay? So some country, like in Malaysia, I don't see that kind of integration between one department to one department, okay? But answering to your question, we cannot say that the public sector, okay, the government and so on, doesn't invest in digital transformation. They do, okay, they do. It's just that the implementation requires everyone's support. Sometimes, the thing is that the tool is there, it's already there, but it's not being utilized by the end user. for some reasons. Okay, sometimes it's costly, sometimes it doesn't help much, or sometimes the tool that they installed is basically not really helping, not really solve the problems. Okay, and then they don't have a proper training on how to use it and so on. So that is why it's not being fully utilized by everyone. Okay, but it's unfair to say that the government not spend on the digital transformation, because they do a lot. Okay, it's just that on how the people or the people behind the implementation process do that. Okay, encourage the people, the team, the department and the ministry level, okay, to use it. Okay, I think if it's talking about the education sector, we do have a lot. Okay, in high public education, higher, oh my God, what is it? A higher education institution. I think the e-learning, for example, is everywhere. All the universities is using that. Okay, is using that. Okay, that's it. Am I answering your question?
Yes, thank you for your answer. I'll read the question from the chat from Azrin Zahari, saying, "Hi, doctor, very insightful info. There are a lot of tools in the market, but how do you filter and so that it is useful with our company?"
Okay. I think this is related to business anyway, comparing to your question on the public sector. Don't ask me about the public sector anymore, okay? Because I'm not one of them. So I don't know what agenda that they are having right now. Okay, but we talk about the business. Maybe I can have more insights basically. To answer this question, okay, we always go to the concept of cost and benefit of selecting which application based, which tool that is suitable, okay, to our organization, okay. And like I say, okay, some tools, they are very good. They have all the functions that we have, okay, that we want, okay. But the thing is that the cost is expensive, okay. So we have to always look at, okay, if we utilizing this tool, all right, what do we need from that? What is the end output that we want from the tools, okay? If you want to get the salary slips just now, okay, does this system produce this one? Okay, if they don't, then no point. Okay, so the selection is always depends on your company's needs. Okay, company's need, what this system can do and compatible to your company's business operation. Okay, sometimes some inventory based system, for example, they cannot cater the the costing of FIFO and LIFO, for example. They only have the weighted average. I mean, just to take the average one. Okay, so no point for us to choose that one. Okay, because we sometimes, okay, especially if we're talking about our company, when we buy product, okay, it affected by the currencies. Okay, sometimes we buy this product at different price. Okay, and then later next month when we buy, the different price come. Okay, so this is where we need the LIFO. We need the FIFO FIFO costing that is installed in the inventory system. So that is how we choose. Or else, it's no point for us. We cannot use the average one, okay, for our inventory. So this is how I filter that. And does it really works as another thing? Okay, sometimes we do have, for example, like before we use one accounting system, but then it doesn't accommodate the inventory count. Okay, so whenever we produce the profit and loss, we couldn't get the information from there. Then why you want to use that system? You cannot. Okay, so we have to find an alternative that fits with our business needs. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Wahida. Also, Abu Zaid is asking in the chat, so if someone start new business, what is your suggestion? Go with digitalization?
Yeah, because that is how I started. Digitalization, we don't say that everything digitalized. Okay, we can just start with a simple things like when you want to build the brand. Okay, you start with the e-commerce, the simple one. Okay, to me, in order for us to reach wider market, e-commerce is a must. If you are in retail, even if you are service, definitely you have to go for e-commerce as well. Okay. You have to start with that. Why? Because you want to reach wider market. Okay, if you don't utilize this, okay, you don't digitalize this, how you get your product or your brand visible? You cannot go for you cannot do traditional way, in a way that you get your friends, you know, to be your pilot customer. Okay, just for you to validate, okay, whether the product, okay, or the business that you want to start, okay, is accepted in the market or not. You have to start that, okay, and that kind of introduction in the market is basically not too much cost, okay, not too much cost. You can always start with a very minimal cost, okay. Like I start before, okay, I use the Square Lab platform, and it really works in a way easy. Whenever we post, okay, we got the customers to directly buy from us, okay, and then you list your product or service that you want to sell. Okay, you designed, okay, your e-commerce store very in a nice way and so on, okay, and then you spend a little bit on the Google Ads, okay, and then that is how your product being spread, okay, over the net, okay. And then how I did last time also is traditional way, but then the Instagram also, you can use that Instagram ads, okay, it works as well, because you cannot rely on your close friend to spread about your product. You know, it never works, okay. It works, okay, but small scale and small growth. But if you go on a wider circle, it helps you to grow more, okay. How, I think he has another question, but how can we beat with big company because of they are more established? Can you please give some suggestion? Okay, this should be another entrepreneurial talk session, but anyway, I used to receive this question anyway, okay, because we always think that how do we compete with a big company? Okay, if we are just new, okay, in the market, we have to always find the uniqueness of our product, okay. What is the different things between our product and the other existing sellers in the market, okay. What makes people to come us? It doesn't matter if we have the big company already in the market, but what is the different things between us and them? Okay, so that could be your unique selling point, okay, because you have to definitely differentiate yourself, okay, so that people will not compare you with the big companies, okay. Big companies, they have different game of market their product and so on, okay, because the access to the capital is big, okay. They don't have financial issues in marketing, okay. They don't have issues in branding their product and so on, okay. But if we small, okay, we first thing we have to find the uniqueness, and this is why, okay, our entrepreneurs right now, okay, we have to always find things that is different, that is still, it's not that it's not in the market, okay, even though it's in the market, but what is the gap there in the market, okay, what is the gap there? All right, sometimes we just want to do same thing what people have done it before, because because it's proven success, so we want to follow the same thing, okay. But at least we have to squeeze our brain. We have to find something else, okay, that is totally different. It's not like even though not totally different, but some differences, so that we can, you know, we can exist in the market for quite some times, okay. Or else people will definitely compare you with the big companies, okay. You have to find at least some differences, okay, like the lorry just now that I give you example. We have so many lorry drivers already in the market. Why we need this kind of app? But the thing is that we live in a digitalization era. People don't want to go get the numbers of the drivers and so on. So people want to use apps. Okay, so this kind of digitalization provide a lot of business opportunities. So maybe we work from there. Okay, we work from there. How do we differentiate from other existing you know, sellers in the market? Okay, I hope that I answered
sorry to interrupt. Actually, I want to know, suppose I develop some unique product.
Okay.
For that, you know, the cost a bit high because of I just starting my product. But the giant company, they have lot of money with, you know, lot of power as well. So they can, you know, try to capture our product for sell for, because of they are already established now. So I expect like, you know, they try to make almost similar type of product and they sell because of they already have customer, established group. So for that, how can we sustain? I ask actually this
Ah,
one.
oh, okay. All right. But
You
does
got
your
my point?
yeah, got. Okay. But does your product similar product? I mean, like 100% similar product or totally different?
No, suppose I establish some totally different unique product, suppose, but I don't have a specific customer group where I can sell the product, and within short time I'm not explore too much people na. But some giant company, they have lot of established customer. They capture the product and sell by themselves. So
Mm.
then we can lose our everything na. So this is the major risk.
Okay. If you don't mind, can I have ask you one question? Are you are these people reachable to you? Those
Actually,
that
no, the
company
thing
reachable
is,
to you or not?
no, because of my product is we just start. That's why you don't have customer group. We have just like suppose na Facebook group, WhatsApp group, or even Instagram group. But this is, I think, not sufficient to reach that much customer within short time.
Okay.
Got my point?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, but why I ask you whether those companies are reachable to you or not? Because one of the way, okay, for the startup to grow, I mean it's not to grow, I mean to stay in the market, okay, to exist in the market, even though you just knew, okay, is basically by look for opportunity to collaborate, okay, with those people that already in the market. Since you say you have a good product, you already have a good product. Maybe these people don't have what you have, okay? So one way is instead of you are having a mindset of competing, okay, or you have a mindset that it's not easy for you to survive because they're already there, okay? They are having a big customer database, okay? But why don't you go and approach them? Is there any room for a collaboration? Okay, because that is also what I did before. Okay, we have one big company. They're already there. They started it before us. Okay, but what we do is that we approach them to collaborate. Okay, so out of there, okay, if you collaborate, it's basically you can just grab their customer database, get it into yours as well. So, but provided that you have the access to those people and they are okay with the proposal of collaborating with them. Okay, that's one way. Okay, I know some people say, oh, it's very hard. How could those people, because they are big already, to collaborate with us? Instead of collaborate, then they better just do it by themselves because they have all the resources to do it. Okay. Yeah, but the thing is that this is one way, if it possible. If not, then definitely you have to aggressively do that. Even if you cannot get like big market, big customer database like they have, maybe they have been so long in the market. So you have to validate, okay, because success doesn't grow overnight, definitely. You have to take some times, but you have to make sure that your product are repetitive in nature, meaning that whatever that you produce in the market, okay, you can actually expand your circle, okay, you can expand your customer circle, your customer database. It's not only stuck at the first ring, okay, it has to be expand. That is how you you cannot be at the level that the big company that you're mentioning just now, okay, but then you started, okay, because you are new. But these people, they are big company, of course they are long, okay, they are long already in the market. So it's their strength point is because they're already there, they have their own customer database. Unlike you don't have. So you have to definitely start, okay. Doesn't matter if you think that, okay, you think I cannot, because the same product I'm selling, they are also selling, they already grab the market. So of course the customer want to buy with them because they also sell the same thing. So you have to find some uniqueness, some newness. So you see Nike, you see Skechers, you see Adidas. Are they selling the same thing? But why still they can still survive? I don't know who started first. Who Nike start first, or Puma start first, or Skechers start first. But those people are basically selling sport shoes, but they still survive. So you have to find some inspiration from those companies. How do these people survive? Okay, because it's about your knowledge gathering as well. Okay, so you cannot take this as your a weakening point. Okay, because of this, then you think, oh, I cannot survive. No, okay, because that is how it's always start with small circle, okay, small ring, and before you move wider and wider. Okay, but I don't think that because we have the big or tycoon in the companies, we cannot survive because we produce the same product as theirs. I don't think so. Okay, because no one is being it's not a monopolized market, like you the only one who can sell this. No, okay, unless if you are under the monopolized industry, then that would be a different things. Okay, but if it universal, then this is fine. Okay, right, Abu Zaid? All the best anyway.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Okay, thank you.
Do we have more?
Dr. Wahida, would you say that the nature of the business is important when making the decision towards digitalization? For example, if some company, they prioritize, say, privacy, data privacy, and should they like only partially digitalize or not digitalize at all? Like, are there any companies that should not digitalize at all?
No, it's depend, okay, because you talk about the nature of the business, okay, it's depends, okay, it depends. If you think, like for example, KFC, okay, they don't care about the digitalization, maybe, okay, I don't think that they are really worry if they're not utilizing, apps ordering system, for example, then the customer won't go to them, okay, because they know that the customer still want their product. Doesn't matter you have the application ordering system or not. Okay, but like Starbucks, okay, they have to do that app ordering system, because I think the biggest challenge that the Starbucks have to compete right now is where they have to compete with the local coffee provider, okay, in certain countries they are in. Okay, so for example, I'm not sure is it in Australia or New Zealand, okay, where Starbucks couldn't survive because of the competition with the local coffee provider. So what they do is that they advance in digitalization, in where, okay, we make some application ordering system to provide another customer experience. Okay, so those kind of nature is basically become a decision making point, okay, for the company, whether they want to digitalize or not. Okay, so some company, they think they definitely have, because they want to remain competitive, okay, because the competitors have been doing that in the same industry, same niche. But then some companies, oh, I don't have to do that. Okay, even though my competitors do that, I know that my company is still doing good, okay, without this digitalization. Okay, so it's depend on the nature of the business. But if you are a startup, there are a lot of room for you. There's no reason for you to avoid, okay, this utilization of tools. Okay, you have to, okay, there's no reason, oh, I'm good enough, I don't need this. I don't think it works. Okay, I don't think it works, because it's really needed, regardless how how you want to say that your company is already big, okay, you have a really good customer base and so on. I don't think that you should avoid digitalization. You should embrace it, okay, because at the end of the day, we don't know how the business is going to be run, okay, in the future. Okay, so unless if you are KFCs, okay, because when I observe, I think KFC is definitely doing different way, okay, because people still want the chicken, so want their chicken, whether you have the apps ordering system or not. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Wahida. And also, what's your opinion on AI and digitalization? Like, with the recent evolution with AI, do you think it will be necessary for the company or business to apply AI in their digitalization process?
Yeah, you should ask that question in the next session because it's on AI related. But I think I've used some, okay, AI for example, I have my marketing team. Okay, whenever they come up with the copywriting, for example, simple things. Okay, simple things. Okay, we always find difficulties. Okay, in having a very catchy advertisement post. Okay, so the thing is that we have the idea, okay, but then we don't have the expertise in come up with a very good and catchy statement to get the customers to stay with us, to stay reading, to get connected or engaged with our post. Okay, but then with the AI, okay, so simple one. All right, we can just throw whatever ideas that we want, okay, and then we get the AI to develop for us. That's good enough. Before this, we don't have it, okay. And then what else? Okay, we get the AI to even design the posters, even in Canvas. I think I tried last time. Okay, in Canva. Okay, that's also good in a way that we try to get this robot to help us, even though sometimes it doesn't come to what we need, okay, but it helps in certain ways, especially if you really need, if you rush, okay, but you still want to post something, you still need AI to help you, okay. And then I tried some in my write up, okay, write up whenever I want to write something, okay, I throw some ideas. Basically the sentence structure is definitely good from AI. That also helps, okay, to some extent, okay, to some extent. And another thing, I think AI need skill as well, okay. You cannot just let the robot instruct everything to help you, cannot, okay, because you have to be even smarter than the robots, okay. Robots is basically our main, okay. I'm always think like that, okay. We are the instructor, okay. We have to be skillful enough, okay, to instruct what we want, okay, and then what we want them to help us, something like that. But I use those AI, okay. That AI development, I think, is really good, okay, in business as well, okay. Yeah, we use that, okay, but most of the time we use on our marketing tools lah, basically our marketing posts and so on. We use that. It helps a lot. You don't have to squeeze your time, to squeeze your brain just to think of what is the best or catchy words to post on your social media and so on. Just get the robots to do it for you, okay.
Thank you, Dr. Wahida. You have previously mentioned that you've lived in Saudi Arabia and other countries. So how would you compare the digitalization process in business, research, academia in Saudi Arabia and like Southeast Asian countries like Brunei, Malaysia?
Okay. To the surprise, okay, to Saudi Arabia is basically very highly tech-based country. Okay, they utilize everything. Okay, they utilize technology into everything. Okay, the dependence of human is basically less. Okay, despite that the world may not know that. Okay, but the utilization of technology in Saudi is really at the maximum utilization. Okay, they utilize almost everything, and then the way that okay, one of the example, I have so many example. Wait, what is the best example that I can share in Saudi Arabia? They use a lot. Okay, they use a lot. Okay, I couldn't come any, but I wanted to share, okay, because everything is basically technology based there. Okay, it's technology based there. Like the utilization of for example, Apple Pay. It's common there. Okay, they have been using it before. Since the first day Apple launched that, they already use it. Okay, like in Malaysia, we just use it maybe for the past 3-4 years, I think, but they have used it before. So they are basically advanced in that. Okay, and then in terms of the integration, okay, for example, the schooling system, okay, when you want to register your children and so on, it's not stopped by the unit it's not stopped by the school alone. Okay, we thought that school will keep all the academic records and so on, but in Saudi, no. Okay, all the information are basically with the ministry and is accessible to other ministries as well. Okay, so that is the thing where if you want to get your for example report card of your children, you don't have to go to school, okay, because it's already there in the system. You just log in, then you got everything there. Okay, and for example, it's connected. If you're buying car, for example, okay, normally how we know, okay, how we know about our ownership of the car and so on, so we just go to the bank and ask. Okay, but no, they have under the Ministry of Interior Office, okay, MOI, okay, where they store all the information there. Okay, they store all the information there. Okay, and for example, if you perform Hajj, okay, perform Umrah and everything in that apps. Okay, you got to see how many time you have done Umrah, for example. You even can download your certificates there, and it's connected throughout the ministries. Okay, so you check in hotel, for example. Okay, it doesn't work independent there. Okay, you check in hotel. Okay, all the ministries know your whereabouts. Okay, because it's connected. Okay, because the moment you check in hotel, you give your like temporary identity card. Okay, and then in order for you to check in the hotel, okay, using your ID card, you will receive the code, okay, in your phone, and the code will be stored in the hotel database. Okay, so it's basically connected. I'm not sure whether it is safe or not, but this is how it works there. Okay, everything is basically monitored and watched. Okay, you rent a car. Okay, in order for you to rent a car, okay, you have to get the message from Ministry of Transport. Okay, in order for you to rent a car, and it's available throughout the whole system. Okay, throughout the whole system. So that's why I said Saudi is basically advanced in terms of technological usage. Okay, especially in their government agencies. Okay, everything there, and they are very fast. Okay, for example, if you got the traffic violation, okay, their technology is very sensitive in a way. Even if you drive, okay, while drinking water, okay, it's basically detected as handheld devices, and then you got to pay 500. Okay, so how you deal with that is that you have to lodge a dispute through the system as well. You don't have to go to the police station or traffic police traffic office, but you have to lodge your dispute through online as well, and then they will just process that. Okay, they will process that everything there. So your physical presence is basically not really needed there. Okay, they are very advanced in terms of technology. Yes, but we haven't finished, but we still have a few more minutes. Okay, you have more?
We still
have 18 participants. And
yes, please, if you have any questions, you can list in the chat.
yeah,
Dr.
so we
Wahida,
still have 10 minutes.
yes. So my next question would be, would you say that digitalization could bring us like other concerns, such as being too dependent on some technologies? For example, after businesses and organizations will digitalize and their service would be like only online, would that be quite uncomfortable for people who say don't have phones or lost their phones or the devices? Like what would how would businesses could develop in a way that it wouldn't hurt those who couldn't catch up with the process?
Then it will definitely invite, business disruption. Okay, because yeah, no matter how advanced the technology that we have right now, okay, but we have to be ready, okay, with certain certain drawbacks like you mentioned just now. Okay, sometimes some people, they don't have a smartphone to access. Okay, But I believe those who are without, okay, those smartphone and so on, okay, in order for them to use those tools, okay, they actually not ready with the digitalization, and they think that that is not affect their life, okay, they not affect their life, okay. So because of that, they are fine, okay, because we cannot get like everyone, okay, to be with us in the digitalization boot, okay, we cannot get everyone to be with us. Definitely some people resist to change even now, okay. We say, okay, some people, we say that if you want to pay some bills, okay, you don't have to go to the, don't have to go to the banks, for example, to make payment. You can just use online. Okay, it's safe. But some people, even though we've been using it, I believe for the past 10, 15 years, we've been using online banking. But there are some people, still they don't want to use. Okay, still they don't want to use because they don't feel secure with whatever that we, okay, risk taker, basically those who are employed this digitalization, we are basically risk taker. We feel like it's okay if our money lost, okay, we may find some alternatives to get it back. But some people, they are risk averse. Okay, they don't want, okay, in a way that they feel insecure. They don't think that the technology really helps them, you know. So because of that, they used to whatever that they used to, to do before. Okay, they prefer, it's okay, we can queue, line up in the banks, okay, we can enjoy ourselves, because those people, they have that kind of mindset. Okay, so but okay, I think our generations are started to to dominate, okay, our world right now. Okay, so normally people who resist to change are our older generation, okay, our older generation, because they don't feel secure and then they don't have it, they don't used to that system before. But our people right now, our generation right now, we are basically adaptive, we are basically acceptance, okay, in a way, we trust technology, okay, we trust technology, we know it's actually safe, okay, we know that the world invented so many tools that are basically to help people's problem, humans problem, okay. So we are basically living and growing up with this kind of generation that have the same mindset, okay. So those things will eventually, okay, switch, okay, will eventually switch, even though we know that sometimes, okay, now we still have that group, who resist to change, who doesn't embrace with whatever the technological tools provide us, okay. But I think it's considered minor right now, okay, minor, okay, because people started to accept buying online, for example. People started to accept using online banking. People started to accept using, paying anything through online, okay. So people started to like our children right now, they prefer to have schooling through online, thanks to COVID before, because they think that same thing, okay, they go to the class or they attend the class online, the output is still the same. To them, they don't care about engaging in the class and so on, okay, because we live in different phase, okay. Our time before maybe no, okay, but now we have to start to be relevant where the technology is actually help us. We have to have this kind of awareness where technology really help us in many ways, okay.
Thank you, Dr. Wahida. And before I pass to the next presenter, I'd like to ask one question. Do you think with digitalization, there would be more requirements on digital literacy among workers?
Yes, definitely. Okay. I think I have one, okay, in one of my slides, okay, where to get everyone on the board's not easy, because some people may have different level of knowledge, okay. Some people may be a very digital literate, okay, but some people are illiterate, okay. And then some people, even to use Excel is troublesome to them, okay. To us is simple, okay. To some people who are digitally literate, we find no issues at all. Okay, it's basically easy way of using it. Okay, easy to use it. Okay, but some people it's not. Okay, that is why the clear direction. Okay, this is a must. This is a must. Okay, we don't want to use whatever that you used to before. You cannot be that complacent. We are moving towards direction. We want to stay relevant in a market where if you keep doing this, you will definitely be left behind. So we have to educate our people that this is another series of life, okay, where we live in technological advanced world right now. Okay, so not easy, but like I said, okay, we are basically having young generation, okay, to work, okay, young generation where these people is having different mindset. Okay, they are not millennials, they are Z generation. Z generation are basically digitally attached generation. Okay, so the workers that we have right now is basically digitally attached generation. Okay, these people they don't want to work from scratch, you know, they want to work with something that is available for them, and easy for them, okay, utilize, and for them to learn, okay, to learn using those system, even though it needs some literacy, definitely, okay, they have to have the knowledge, the skill in utilizing whatever system being developed, but with a proper training, okay, definitely it's okay for them to use it. I think it's no problem for them to use the system, because technology tools is a technology, you know, so meaning that it's basically developed for you to use in an easiest way. Okay, so it should not be a complicated technological tools. If it complicated technological tools, then it doesn't help. It doesn't help. To me, whatever you know, software that we're using right now, I think it's all easy. It's all easy to use. Even if you don't, okay, you can always contact the customer service, for example, to ask them how we do this and we do this, how we use this. Okay, if you encounter this problem and so on, they are there to help you. Okay, so no such thing as, you know, we don't want to use this. It's not easy to get these people to utilize those systems and so on, because you literate or you illiterate, the technology tool that is being designed right now is basically easiest way to use. Yeah. If rather than you're flipping the old book just to understand everything, you choose the system that is already there. It's easy. I mean, just a matter of click. That's easy. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wahida, for this presentation and answering the questions. It was really educational and informative. Thank you. I'd like to pass the hosting to the next moderator, Zikri Kamaruddin. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Kambar, for your moderating session previously. Thank you so much also for the Wahida from University of Brunei. All right, thank you so much all. We have 21 participants tonight. Okay, for the next session, we have Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Tazli Azizan also from University Brunei Darussalam. Okay, let I read the biography of Dr. Tazli. Okay, Dr. Muhammad Tazli is a distinguished educational consultant and co-founder of Scholar Malaysia with a robust background in academia. He has made noteworthy contribution to the teaching and learning ecosystem. Dr. Tazli holds a PhD in chemical engineering from ICL, Imperial College of London, since 2014 and is a certified HRD Corp trainer. Okay, beyond his professional pursuit, Dr. Tazli's commitment to educational reform extend to advocating for improvement in the national curriculum and educational system. As an associate professor at the Center of Lifelong Learning, University Brunei Darussalam, Dr. Muhammad Tazli continues to spearhead innovation in teaching and learning, and also his contribution to the field of education, coupled with his expertise in AI tools and pedagogical approaches, establish him as a revered educator and consultant. Okay. The title, Harnessing Generative AI and Design Tools in TNLs. Okay, without further ado, let's extend a warm welcome to Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Tazli Azizan, The virtual stage is all yours, Doctor. Please welcome.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good evening to everyone. First of all, thank you to the IEEE Day organizer. Can you hear me, everyone? Boleh, eh?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for the organizer for inviting me in. This is a really wonderful, I think really wonderful event where actually it's going to be 24 hours session that everyone, we have speakers from various backgrounds to share. I was here as well, just I think 40 minutes ago, listening to Dr. Wahida Shukri, who happened to be also my colleagues back in. We haven't met yet because we just recruited by UBD, and both of us are apparently from Perlis, so orang kampung. Okay. So today I'll be sharing with you about okay. Let me share with you the slides. Right. I think today, since the next session will be covered on Canva, so I think I'm not going to cover about Canva. I just want to talk about generative AI for teaching and learning. Okay, so how well that we can use generative AI for teaching and learning. Okay. If you want to use the slides, if you want to get the slides from me, so let me copy directly first. Okay. So if you want to use the slides, you may be able to get from here. So this is the slide for everyone. So you can get the slides as a copy for you. Okay. So you may refer to the chat, or if you like to store in your phone, you may be able to scan the QR code here. All right. Okay. I believe that many of you here are educators as well. Maybe some of you also may not be educators, but maybe students, but intend to become a lecturer in the future, whatsoever. I'm wondering actually about what would be the challenges when at the moment when you are teaching, for example, as an educator, what are the challenges you face when it comes to preparing and conducting teaching and learning lesson? Because I know that most of the time that whenever that we have, especially the academics, when we want to focus, when we become academics, it's not only about teaching and learning, but it's also about preparing for research and securing some grants, those kind of thing, right? But at the same time, you also need to prepare for teaching and learning. And thus, I would like to actually just get some honest answer from you. If you can share with me, click on the link here that I share with you at the chat. What will be your usual challenge in preparation and conducting teaching and learning session? So perhaps taking time for content creation ke, ataupun for example like you have a challenge in thinking of creative activities inside the class, so you resort to chalk and talk style, or maybe you have an issue with preparing assessments so that it is aligned with your course outcome. So maybe you can share with me. Click on the link that I shared with you just now and share your thoughts. What would be your usual challenge in preparation and conducting teaching and learning session? I'll give you some time, okay? Anyone typing? Or maybe you can put your thoughts as well at the chat section. Preparing a slide for students with different levels of understanding. Okay, so the challenge is about preparing a slide for students with different levels of understanding. Okay, so I believe it's not only about slides, right? It's about getting the focus, maintaining the focus of the students, right? Especially, for example, if let's say you are resorting to teach online, there might be some kind of challenge that you are facing. So here I can see that student attention is declining. Maybe also because too tired, 24 hours a day today. All right. Okay, education policy is a challenge for some. I think one of you response here. What else? Technology, budget, culture, prepare course materials, manpower. Okay, technology. I think you to think about what kind of technology that you want to use and so on. Okay, cool. All right. So let me bring you to the next slide. Just wondering if, let's say, you can just slide it. Okay. What kind of challenges that you face when it comes to teaching and learning? For example, whether is it in terms of like class lesson preparation? Do you have a problem in that aspect? Or actually that you are actually facing problem while conducting the class and using the right instruction, using the right pedagogical strategies? Or about assessment, maybe you face some kind of challenge in assessment, you know, you don't want to resort to use the same question over and over again. Creating question is difficult, and also creating rubric, for example, when you have to create the rubric is difficult. Thinking of what kind of assessment to be asked also is somehow difficult. So maybe you can share with me as well, what will be your thought in it? Like what is your usual challenge when it comes to teaching and learning? Is it class lesson preparation? Is it conducting class and using the right instruction? Or is it creating assessment? Which one is the heaviest for you? Okay, so we have one respondent so far. How about others? What I'm going to do tonight is actually I'm going to delve together with you in looking at how best that we can benefit generative AI in teaching and learning. Okay, so we want to look into that aspect, especially on ChatGPT, for example, because I think ChatGPT is one of the is the tips of the iceberg. I would say that it's the tip of the iceberg, right? Okay, some of you, I think maybe of you feel that, I think strongly agree that class lesson preparation is the difficult one for you. Conducting class and using the right instruction is also equivalently difficult. But you may think, I think only two of you here responding that creating assessment is also a challenging. Okay. So what we're gonna do next is actually looking at this finding from McKinsey and Company. From their findings, from their studies, they look at global wide. It's a global scale. Teachers actually work about 50 hours a week. Okay, the educators work about 50 hours a week, but they are spending less than half of the time in direct interaction with the students, because most of the time they are spending a lot for preparation, for evaluation and feedback, other administration, as well as professional development, which actually taking a lot of time rather than the time they should be doing with the student. So what they have is actually they only have 49% of direct interaction with the students. This is actually the outcome that we can see right now at the moment, that the students there are declined numbers of students who are actually entering universities because they feel that going to university is useless. Like the lecturers are so busy with the research and so on. And if, let's say, you know, some of them might feel that even if I'm going to the class, or if I'm not going to the class, it's just the same. Listening to the lecture is boring. Might as well just go to YouTube. Might as well just go to Khan Academy. Might as well just go to Udemy, Skillshare, and so on to learn. This is some of the challenges that we're facing right now. Even though right now the student decided that I don't want to longer continue my study because I don't want to end up in debts, because and the job is not secure for me. So one of the reasons that I've seen here is that's because the student didn't see the value of coming to university. The student didn't see the value of you know, spending the next 4 to 5 years at university, and might as well, you know, just become just doing something, just doing their odd jobs and so on. So this is something that we have to look into it. What would be the reason of it? We cannot simply just blame to the students because the students didn't see the value of being at the university. Sometimes as the lecturer, we might want to look at us as well. Have we make any different for the past 10 years? Are we using actually the same slides For example, like the 10 years ago, is it the same like we're using now? Or maybe are we actually using the same assessment, you know? And we noticed that with the emergence of ChatGPT, for example, we keep giving the students the same assignment over and over again, and we just close our eyes because the student can just copy and paste. You know, you give an essay as assignment to the students. Student just ask ChatGPT to generate an essay, and they just copy and paste, and you blame the students, which is not fair. Okay, which is not fair. So to be honest, for me, if let's say we didn't start to rethink about the assessment that we are doing, we haven't changed the way how we teach in the class, the pedagogical strategies that we use inside the class, that will make our class boring, that will make our class ineffective, and it doesn't produce any meaningful learning experience to the students. So this is the reason why we need to change. But in order for us to change, of course, you know, if let's say you want, suddenly you wake up in the morning and you decided to use, for example, okay, I want to use PBL in my class, problem-based learning in my class. First, you never know about what is PBL is all about. Second one is actually you didn't even know about what to do. You just think that, okay, I just wake up in the morning, I got this inspiration and I want to do it in my class, and then you just do it. And it turns out it's going to be a disaster, not only for you, not only for the students, but also for you. So the students got ended up traumatic, as well as the lecturers as well. So now they're written back to use chalk and talk strategies. But again, that doesn't make any kind of improvement. So that's why when with the emergence of GPT, for example, chat AI or generative AI, it helps a lot in making sure that the students, whatever creative things that we want to do, it helps us. So that's what I want to share with you today, how best that we can leverage generative AI in teaching and learning especially. Nonetheless, I would like to bring you to some concept that we have to understand. So for example, like most importantly, whenever that we want to teach inside the class, we have to make sure that these three elements are being fulfilled. The first one is what we call as learning outcomes, okay, which is being specified, or what we call as intended outcome. What do we want the students to be as whenever that they complete the class, whenever they complete the lesson, whenever they complete the semesters? What do we want them to be? So this is actually our intended outcome. So we have our own learning outcomes. And then we always assess the student whether they have achieved that or not, right? So for example, like when we want our students to be, our intention is, for example, our students be able to do analysis, or our students are be able to create a prototype about something, for example. And then by the end of the semester, we give them some kind of assessment. And you complain that the students did not perform well because the students cannot do the analysis, the student cannot create, the students cannot evaluate, and they ended up the students did badly in their final assessment. But one thing that we forgot and we didn't realize is that the instruction that we use in the class is not aligned with the learning outcome as well as the assessment. What is also meant here is that, for example, if let's say we expected the students to be able to create prototype at the end of the semester, and we give those kind of assessment at the end of the semester, and ended up we just give chalk and talk lecture, so it is not aligned with each other. Okay. Remember about the initiative of the KPM, Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, is coming out with KBAT. You know, for example, this is one of my criticism about KBAT, for example. The KBAT is good. Yes, we want to produce students with higher order thinking skills. That is our intended outcome. And then we give some kind of a very tough and challenging question for the students, so that they'll be able to, answer it. But ended up, the students cannot answer it because our instruction in the class is still chalk and talk. Because whenever that we just chalk and talk, the students will only memorize, and maybe up to the level of understanding if we refer to the Bloom taxonomy, right? So that's why the students never be able to achieve the results that we intended whenever that we give assessments to them. So this is very important that we digest this whenever that we want to use any kind of tool inside our class, even we want to use generative AI. The second one that we also had to adhere here is actually what we call as scaffolding. Scaffolding means that is a support system that we provide for the students whenever for them to learn. Because there is a study by Gotski that whenever that we didn't provide any kind of assistance to the student, in order to do some tasks, the student will just stay at their own individual level. But when we start to prepare, when we start to provide some kind of assessment, some kind of help or support to the student, this is the level, the new level that they will achieve, what we call as assisted level. So the difference between assisted level and individual level, this is what we call as zone of proximal development. Okay, so whenever and this is what happened inside the class. Sometimes we give a very challenging task to the students. It is like a climbing wall, you know, climbing a wall. They try to climb a wall, but the students are not be able to do that because the wall is too high and it's very difficult for them to climb. So ended up we resort to just so that we are not being penalized inside the, you know, by the committee, faculty, for example, because we produce a lot of failures, we reduce the bar, which is also not something that we have to do. But what we have to do is instead we need to provide what we call as staircases, okay? So there's the ladders for them to climb in order for them to reach to the top. And this is what we call as scaffolding. And this is what we call as assistance to the students in order for us to help them, okay, to achieve the intended outcome that we have. So this is one of the things that we need to figure out, how best that we can use generative AI to support the learning of the students or to scaffold the students' learning. So I think many of you have been using ChatGPT before, right? So I don't have to introduce about ChatGPT, but again, as I said, there are a lot of generative AI tools outside there. I think more than 4,000 already, 5,000 maybe. But ChatGPT is outstanding because I think it's largely being used as the engine for many of the AI tools being developed. But at the same time, the capability of ChatGPT also is expanding. Okay, now they have ChatGPT 4 and they are developing ChatGPT 5. And the difference is the number of parameters that they are learning. And they are training about a lot of text data. And it's making it capable of generating human-like text. Okay. So, but then how can ChatGPT helps with teaching and learning? There are a few elements that we can use. The first one is about preparation the content. So ChatGPT can help us with generating the content for lesson plans, presentation, and other materials. ChatGPT can help us to design activities inside our class. Okay. ChatGPT can also help with the classroom management. Okay. So for example, like we need some kind of advice, we have certain kind of issues in our class, but we don't know who to talk to because our friends also, our colleagues also not be able to support. So we be able to talk with ChatGPT with that. And then we can also do assessment. Okay, assessment in our class with using ChatGPT. So now I'm going to share with you how best that we can actually develop all this kind of what kind of prompts that we can use in order for us to actually get a good outcome from our from the ChatGPT itself. Okay. How many of you here have not been using ChatGPT, or everyone have been using it? Semua ada? Everyone have account? If you don't have, you can just comment, I don't have ChatGPT account. But if let's say you have, then okay, we can proceed with, yes, ada, okay. We can proceed with some of the activities. So the first thing that we want to do is actually we want to create lesson plan. So of course, remember, for example, like if let's say we have a subject that we want to teach, we can just simply type in ChatGPT, for example, create a lesson plan or topic. Anyone have idea? Maybe Puan Siti, can you share with me your subject? If you don't mind, you just type. I can actually try to create a lesson plan. Okay, for multimedia, for topic multimedia. All right, for planning. Okay, I will use multimedia. Okay. Okay, create a lesson plan for any specific topic. That is the subject, right? Lesson plan for what would be your subtopic for that multimedia? if you don't mind sharing with me. Element of multimedia. Okay. All right. So usually, I know that most of the people, they will just create a lesson plan for subject multimedia. Specific topic is element of multimedia. Okay. They just use this kind of simple prompts and just typing it, and then, it will come out something like this. And many people feel that, oh, this is already good enough because I have the duration being given to me. I have the objective. Okay. I have the materials that is being given. I have the introduction that, and then the next step, again, 10 minutes, 25 minutes, and so on. This is already wonderful. Okay. I can teach about text. I can teach about image. I can teach about audio, video, animation, group activity, and so on. Right. So for us, we just think that, okay, this is wonderful. This is good enough. I think right now, even with ChatGPT 4, the ChatGPT itself is very clever. You just give simple prompts, and then it gives you somehow a detail of what to do inside our class already. Okay, end of lesson plan. But right now, the thing is, it will be much better if we give a detailed prompt whenever that we want to communicate with ChatGPT. So we can also start with, you can just communicate with ChatGPT like a friend. So for example, I am new to, I am a new lecturer, for example, and I have been tasked to teach multimedia. My first topic will be on element of multimedia. Okay. And if you can recall back in terms of the constructive alignment that we have, okay, with the intended outcome. Okay. And my intended outcome is to ensure that the students, okay, and then we want to bring the students to a higher level. If you can recall about Bloom taxonomy, we want them to be, maybe go to the level of C3, C4, and so on. Because here, if you go up here, you can just start to see that they just give a very low level of taxonomy here. But if let's say we want to bring the students to a higher level, okay, so we have to spell out here. My intended outcome is to ensure that the students are able to create, okay, some new prototype, okay, based on this topic, and and then we can specify the hours, and the lesson hours 3 hours, using okay, maybe what kind of style that we want to use inside the class. For example, like you want to use a workshop style, or we want to use a different kind of approach. For example, I want to use flipped classroom strategies. So if you remember about flipped classroom is actually the students need to be given some content first before they come to the class. So they go through the material, and after that, when they come to the class, and we do some kind of activities. So recommend new lesson plan for this topic. Okay. So this is where actually when we start to give when we start to decide and talk about much specific things, then you will get a much more detailed information about what you want, rather than simply just relying with a simple prompt like this. And then you give a detailed prompt, then you'll be able to generate something that is much more higher. For example, right now, when we go to objective, first, they just give you define and explain. So this is low level. And then it goes to evaluate, which is already at C5, evaluate the effectiveness of different multimedia elements, and then create a prototype incorporating at least 3 multimedia elements to communicate a specific message or information. So it goes to a higher order thinking, okay, higher order thinking skills, which is actually to the level 6, okay. HOTS level there is already 5 and 6, very high. So, and then they give you some idea about pre-class assignments, okay. You need to prepare video lecture, and then you need to prepare some reading materials, maybe a quiz so that the students can respond after the video lecture, as well as idea generation. Okay, so this is a task before they come to the class. Ask students to come up with an idea for multimedia prototype that they will work during the class. And then they provide with materials, and after that come with introduction and so on. I think it's still generating down here. Maybe it's a bit too long, but you can start to see that the it comes into much more details, right? It comes into much more details. And what you can also proceed with that is you can actually start to create some kind of content with using generative AI itself. For example, like using ChatGPT. I think I'm gonna stop generating right now. Never mind. But then I will just continue with for example, like we are doing it as a flipped classroom, so I need to prepare a video lecture. So I just said that, okay, what kind of video lectures I could prepare for this topic. So this is the technique that we use, is what we call as chain prompting. So with the same conversation that we can continue to go into the depth, deeper and deeper, and then you can get a detailed output. Something wrong, maybe the internet. Let me refresh for a while. So okay. So here, this is what they have generated for 3 hours. And then they provide with the materials, introduction, in-class activity, prototype creation, which is the next for 2 hours, break, and then at the group presentation. And finally, they put some reflection and learning reinforcement and so on. Okay, and come up with homework assessment. Very, very expensive lah. Okay, very wide area that they're putting in. So now we are just asked what kind of video lectures could prepare for this topic. So they said that, okay, just prepare introduction to multimedia and exploring text in multimedia, the power of images, and so on. So these are some suggestions of the videos that I could prepare for this. Okay, so now maybe you can just choose. I think I would go with video 1. Okay, so craft a video script for me. Okay, and then that's it. And then maybe you can just say craft a video script for me, make the video only for 4 minutes, for example. Okay, so you further prompt, and then this is where actually they're gonna come up with video script, introduction to multimedia. And then they give some ideas about the scene, what will be the narration, what will be the visual that you want to put in, and so on. So it gives you some ideas about what could be the content that you should include in that particular video itself. Okay. So for example, right now, then it's giving you some ideas about what kind of video that you can create. Even to the extent is I want to prepare while waiting for it to complete. So I just said I want to prepare some slides for this video. So recommend me the outlines of the slides. Okay, so here I asked, okay, I said that I want to have a slides for this video, and then they are giving you what will be the slides that you could have one by one. Slide 1 is about what, slide 2 is about what, slide 3, and so on. So it gives you some ideas about what could I put in my own slide. And only then, after that, you can go into much more details. Okay, so for example, like now, prepare slide 1 for me. Okay, with the content needed. Okay. Okay, done. Not yet. So I believe that it's become cleverer and clever so they give you much more detailed information. But again, what you can always do is you can go deep dive with what we call the techniques is what we call as chain prompting. So prepare slide 1 for me, the content needed. Okay, so they give you slide 1. Okay, welcome note you have there, course overview, and so on. And even to the extent that they give you some video script and visual suggestion of visual, and so on and so on. Okay, you can go on and on until you complete lah, from slide 1 until slide 15. Because most of the time that I realize that whenever that when I see the clicks or some of my academic friends, whenever that you're using ChatGPT, they just give a very short prompt, do table, do this, do that, and so on. And ended up, it will not give something that you want, because it will just give you a very surface, very generic, because the ChatGPT itself cannot generate, you know, for too long. So sometimes it have a tendency to compress the information and everything. So that's why you ended up, you just get some surface information. That's why it is very important for us whenever that you want to create something, then we go into detail. And the technique is what we call as incremental prompting. Okay, incremental prompting as I type here, or what we call also as chain prompting. Okay, so this is how you proceed with that. Okay, now maybe you say that, okay, I would like to have some reading materials for my students of this topic. What are the possible materials, okay, for them to read, for them to read? Okay, this one somehow you need to be a bit careful because it might generate what we call as maybe not so accurate information, as long as you be able to find any information. So you may want to double check first. For example, by take Vaughan here, multimedia making it work. So if let's say we go to Google, does this book exist? Making it work. Okay. Yeah, it exists. Multimedia making it work, 9th edition, Vaughan. Okay. And then maybe another book is, do we have this book, for example? Okay, so let's have a look here. Multimedia Foundations, Core Concept, Vic Costello. Yes, the book exists. All right. So sometimes you may want, of course, our students may not actually want to go and read the books immediately, right? But what we also can do is actually write, for example, 2,000 words, okay, article on elements of multimedia as inspired by these 2 books, for example. Okay, so we just say these 2 books, and then you just paste. Okay, habis lagi generate. Okay. All right, so I just say I want this 2,000 words article on elements of multimedia inspired by these 2 books, and then you just press enter. And then it will be able to help you to create an article so that the students can do the reading on it. That is actually somehow helping the students to understand about certain context. So for example, like if let's say you want to create a speech based on Simon Sinek, for example, this is also something that you can also do in your class or in your speech, whatsoever that you want to do. Okay, so that's the idea of using the technique of incremental prompting. So within here, you can see that from the top of it, we go from the top, and then we go deeper. It's funneling inside, right? And then you can repeat that again for different kind of activities that you want to do. Okay, it's gonna taking some time here. All right. Somehow here that we actually have already our learning outcomes, and we want to create the assessment. Okay, so how do we use ChatGPT to create assessment? And it's a fresh and creative assessment, because most of the time whenever that I talk to the educators, they would just complain to say that my I'm not creative enough, actually. Okay, I'm not creative enough and I don't have idea what to do, you know, so that's why I just resort to the old slides and so on. Now you have generative AI, you have ChatGPT that can always you talk to and get ideas for them. Okay, some error. So let me check again. Is it possible? All right. So this is some kind of article that they are making. And you can also teach your students how to use it effectively. For example, like right now, for me, if you ask me right now, I don't have any issues of giving a hard article for them to read, because I can teach them. If let's say you don't understand with it, you can communicate with ChatGPT, explain to you in a simple plain English, for example, explain to you like you are 12 years old, for example, so that article can be simplified further for them to understand at the first place before they go dive deeper to understand the context of that article. So it's no more about, you know, just some old textbook for them to read, but we can start to explore many new things, many trending things, and we can expose to them. So this is somehow being helpful for us because we have generative AI to assist us with this. So this is, for example, like this article. So you can have this article and you can pass over to the students if you like it. If you don't like it, and you can just adjust accordingly. So right now, if let's say I want to create an assessment for the students, okay, recommend for me what are the assessments I could create for this topic and fulfilling the intended outcome, okay, stated earlier, and with the hope that the students cannot simply copy and paste from ChatGPT. So maybe we can ask that kind of question for them to generate assessment for us, okay? Recommend for me what are the assessments I could create for this topic and fulfilling the intended outcome stated earlier, and with the hope that the students cannot simply copy and paste from ChatGPT. Okay. I highlight here is that what are the assessments, okay? Not just simply what is the assessment, because if you ask what is the assessment, they will just give you one. But now I'm writing here, recommend for me what are the assessments so that they can give me a lot more so that I can make decision which one that I would like to have, okay? So now they are just started to listing down what are the assessments I could give for my student. So for example here, practical project, reflective journaling, okay? So to the extent that it gives anti-plagiarism measure, requires student to submit a detailed process log or journal documenting the creation process and challenge and so on. So when this is also a good idea. For example, right now, whenever that we are in the process of using ChatGPT, and we allow the students to use generative AI. So for example, like in UBD, the students are allowed to use generative AI. But what we have to do is actually we need to educate the students. Even the assessments, we need to rethink the assessment such a way that we ask them to submit together the prompts that they are using, for example. So this is also the process that we're looking at. What are the prompts that are using? Are they copy pasting it directly, for example? So this is something that we can ask the student to submit together with the final artifacts, okay? So practical project, reflective journaling, group project, peer review, case study analysis, viva voce, and quizzes and so on. Okay, maybe I am interested to do number 3. Okay, I am interested to do assessment number 3. So which is referring to here, group project, multimedia campaign proposal. Can you suggest, can you list the instruction? Can you prepare the instruction so I can give to the students? Okay, so this is the instruction that we can have. We can just use this instruction, okay, and we can give it to our students so that they can need to do multimedia campaign proposal, for example. Okay, component of the proposal, campaign overview, target audience, multimedia elements, strategy and implementation plans, and so on. Evaluation metric. So we are giving them a component of the proposal. So they need to make a campaign proposal. They need to write down campaign proposal. and then we give them some social issue for them to choose, and then we ask them in that proposal it should contain all of this kind of thing. Okay, and which means that in that proposal need to have all these kind of elements of multimedia in it. Submission guideline, proposal length, file naming, submission, and so on. Presentation, assessment criteria will be given straight away given here. Now you want to say that you want to prepare a detailed rubric. Okay, prepare a detailed rubric for this assessment, and by giving rating 1 to 5 for each criteria. Okay, and in each criteria has its own descriptor. And then there's another one that I like to do, prepare in table form. So they are working towards it. Because I'm using here ChatGPT Plus, so I think they're working in Python, coming up with that table form. But actually, they can come up with just a simple form. I think I need to refine somehow. If you don't get whatever that you want in the first place, keep refining and keep asking it. Okay, keep asking again and again, keep asking and refine it so that you can actually get a much better output lah. All right, you can have a much better output whenever that you create assignment. So I just showed to you just now a way that I could actually just simply use one conversation with ChatGPT to help me, assist me with the whole class, starting from my preparation, starting with the activities that I want to do inside the class, for example. Even for example, right now, if let's say I have some activities right here, they are giving some suggestion about what activities I want to do here, group formation, prototype development, and so on. I want to do this in my class, so I can ask further, can you go back to this in class activity on prototype creation? So prepare an instruction for me and so on. So you can always communicate with it inside this conversation. Okay. So let's go and look back here. Hope there is something wrong. Okay, never mind. So what we can also always do is actually we just need to copy paste balik and give idea, prepare in simple, maybe just put simple form. Okay, now it comes up. All right, so now it comes with the table, criteria with the descriptors and so on. So it looks easy, right? It's from A to Z that you can actually just use this way in order for you to prepare a lesson plan, to prepare activities and so on. Okay, so if let's say, for example, if let's say anyone asks you, can we actually ask GPT to do the marking, for example, based on the rubric given? Yes, you can. But of course, you need to check first or you need to train first, but it's possible. Everything is now possible. So you don't have to worry about, a lengthy project that is being submitted. You can always help to give, what do you call that? To assess it accordingly so that you don't have to worry about it. Yep. So that is somehow some demos that I would like to share with every one of you about what ChatGPT is possible to do. Now it's only about ChatGPT, but there are a lot other tools that you can also use. But of course, we don't have enough time today lah. But if let's say you have any questions, I would be honored to answer your question. So I'm going to stop for now. Thank you. Over to you, Cik Zikri.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tazli. I'm sure that anyone, please, we have still much time, around 15 minutes. So any one of you would like to ask question to our speaker? It's quite interesting. We have time with renowned entrepreneur and also academicians. How long, Dr. Tazlan, already? How long, Dr. Tazli? You are in Brunei? How many months already?
3 months. 3 months already.
Okay.
3 months. Alhamdulillah, 3 months.
Alhamdulillah. Must be a very good hijrah, huh? Because I mean you're
Okay, I
from
think
you're from VTP before this, right?
yes, I was from UTP. Then by the same time, I'm also co-founding Sekolah Malaysia ni. So so in Malaysia, the business is still on lah with my partner running it.
Sekolah quite popular. I'm studying in studying PhD now in UC Malaya.
Oh, okay.
We got several sessions with scholar, but maybe your partner, I think.
Oh,
that-
okay.
Because
Okay.
I'm so joining like a startup entrepreneurship in UC Malaya.
Yes, yes.
There are several occasions they are invited scholar to give talk.
Okay, this is a question. What specific examples or use cases can you share where the integration of generative AI and design tools has transformed traditional teaching methods and how this innovation enhance student engagement and learning outcome? Okay, I think one of the thing that I have conducted before, so for example, like you know that one of the difficult things that the lecturers or the teachers know it is impactful, but it's difficult is actually such as project-based learning or problem-based learning. I know that many of them feel that they get a bit overwhelmed when they started to use problem-based learning. But actually, by using tools like generative AI and design tool like Canva, for example, it could be helpful for the students to actually to solve the problems and for you to facilitate them. So for example, like I think later on Puan Siti may show some of the advantage of using Canva. For example, like if let's say all this while you have been using mahjong paper, you may now think of stretching it out. So no more save the tree. Okay, you can just use Canva whiteboard, for example, so that you can allow the students to collaborate. Okay, so while collaborating or while you provide them with some complex problem, they can always use ChatGPT not to give the solution straight away, but for you to guide them to think through the finding the solution. So that is where actually the combination between generative AI and the design tools be able to help the students acquire a better critical thinking, collaboration skill, communication, as well as problem-solving strategies. So this is what I have practiced before. I've done with several of educators in their own faculty development workshops. So I started to see that by using this kind of pedagogical strategies, combining with this tool, for example, Gen AI and Canva, for example, it helped them to process things through much better rather than you teach them the what do you call that, the didactic style. Didactic style ni macam give lecture, give lecture, right? But then you provide them avenue for them to really you provide them avenue, you provide with them with the problem, you give them problem, and then you allow them to use Gen AI, ChatGPT, for them to find their own to understand the problem, to get some clarity and so on. And then at the same time, you also provide Canva so that they can collaborate and work together. And after that, they can come out with better outputs. So of course, I can share. I think there are already some output there, but of course I cannot share here lah. It's gonna take some time also for me to go into the detail, but it is possible. So right now, if let's say you ever been think about using some new pedagogical strategies inside the class, go ahead. Generative AI like ChatGPT can help you with that. Okay.
All right. Any questions? We have. Okay. One more question from Aslina. One more question. In your opinion, what do you think those among academic mostly still think that using this ChatGPT will make the student lazy rather than make them creative?
Okay. I think it's the way of how we assess them is very important. So that's why we cannot just simply give the similar assessment that we give to them before. So for example, like craft an essay, write a report, So these are the things, the assessment that you may want to actually start to ditch out. You need to rethink about new way of assessment so that the students not be able to just use ChatGPT to find the answer, but they really need to understand about it. That will need our new role lah. So we are there to become, what do you call that? We are there to become the facilitator, not just simply, giving lecture. Because giving lecture, you may know that in maybe 1 to 2 years time, giving lecture can be just done by the robots. You can just pass that task over to the robots, right? But now we would like to actually facilitate the session. We really want to the students so that they develop the critical thinking. And for me, by using ChatGPT itself, it helps with the critical thinking. Because you have, for example, you put them, you give them a much complex challenges so that they can solve, rather than, just simply define this, apply this, calculate this, but then you can start to give them much better challenges. And of course, they can use ChatGPT as their second brain, but they cannot just simply get the final answer from ChatGPT. So that is the way how we might think in order for us to help and to assist the students getting the critical thinking. Okay, there's another question here. Do you have any suggestion on the best assessment to reduce those issues or any surrounding bias? Yes. That's why I said, as I said earlier, you cannot just rely on all assessment. Okay. You have to actually look at how best that actually, for example, like you need to look at different kind of assessment that you have to do. For example, like whenever that the students use ChatGPT, is just for doing throughout the process, but as not the final answer. That is number one. The second one is you have to look at all this kind of, you can start to challenge them better. You can give them a much more complex problem to them. Do a lot of collaborative based activities, because when they start to collaborate together, this is where actually they start to think critically in order for them to solve the problem. So that is how somehow we can reduce the bias about the students being lazy, the students being dumbing down. Because also I also have the skepticism among the lecturers, because they feel that we have to ban ChatGPT use in the class, for example, because it's gonna dumb down the teachers and it's gonna dumbing down the students. I believe the way how we do things, how we change things inside the class is very important. So we cannot simply just stick to the way how we do things in the past. That's I could say lah. Okay. So perhaps before we end, also I would like to have some kind of reflection from you lah, if you may be able to share with me. What have you learned today? What are your thoughts about it? Is there anything new that you learned, ataupun this is something that you have learned it before? You expected something else, for example. So this is from me. So if you're able to share your reflection, that would be very good. I hope that I answer Ashraf Mansour question. Is that okay?
All right, thank you, Dr. Tazli, for your impressive and insightful sharing on ChatGPT. I also learned a lot from your session. Thank you so much, Doctor.
No problem.
All right. Okay, next. Okay, next we will have Madam Siti Hasnah Tanalul from University Malaysia Sabah. She is from Pusat Persediaan Sains and Teknologi, UMS. Okay, I think Dr. Siti already is online. Okay, without further ado, let's extend a warm welcome to Madam Siti for today. So the stage is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zikri. A very long night today. We've started at 12 midnight last night, right? Thank you for staying with us. I'm not sure how many persons still joining us.
20.
Oh, 20. Okay. So for my slot, it will be less technical. We've heard about a lot of technical things throughout the days, as well as early in the morning. And for my slide, I would like to introduce. I think Canva is no longer an alien for everyone. Most of us, I think, have heard about Canva. If you listening to our sharing tonight now, can you give number 2 if you have heard about Canva before? Can you type in on the chat? If you're still listening lah. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. Just extensively, yes. Yeah, thank you very much for the feedback. So I'm glad that everyone has already heard about Canva, but tonight maybe we can share a little bit more about Canva that we think that we have already heard about. Jadi kita tengok apa yang ada lagi dalam Canva lah selain daripada apa yang kita dah pernah gunakan sebelum ini. So my sharing will be in bahasa and in English. Malam kalau dekat Sabah ni pukul 10 ni dah agak lewat ni. Ramai yang dah tidur lah. Jadi terima kasihlah sebab masih stay up. Kira stay up lah ni kan. Okay, let me share my screen. So although most of us has already been user of Canva, but I hope from my sharing there's something new. So this is actually the last 2 hours before we end the sharing for the whole day, 24 hours, right? Yeah, okay. All right, my name is Siti Hasnata Nalol. I'm from University Malaysia Sabah. The topic that for my sharing tonight is Canva for everyone. Originally, I would like, actually, I want to share Canva for researcher, but because Dr. As said there might be an audience from other walk of life, so I open it to everyone. So before this, I think when you want to design something, graphic design, normally people use Photoshop ataupun dulu-dulu kita ada selain daripada Photoshop kita ada satu lagi tu Corel Draw. Okay, so but in order to design your product, you need to have some skills. But we are lucky, and 2000, I think 2000, before 2016, Canva has been around, and it's very easy because you can use it drag and drop. Okay, so my sharing for tonight will cover these 3 topics. Bukanlah topik sangat, tapi will be divided into these 3 sections. So a brief introduction to Canva and why Canva is for everyone and some Canva features. Before I dig down into what is Canva, I think this is very actually I'm joining one of the program under Dr. Tazli, Tenacity, the next Canva trainer. So I've been using Canva since 2016. So, but it was back then introduced by my daughter. Jadi saya guna Canva ni untuk buat presentations. Okay, but I don't realize that Canva has many other features that is very useful, especially for the academician or the teachers. Okay, so this Canva is an online graphic design platform that that allow the user to create a very stunning design with ease. So the keyword there is ease, senang, sangat senang. So even budak murid sekolah rendah pun boleh guna Canva dengan mudah lah. So walaupun dia mudah, but it offer wide range of templates. So that is another key point. Dia ada sangat banyak template, tools and asset that we can use for free untuk menghasilkan kita punya design lah. Okay, so some Canvas feature sekali lagi adalah the template lah. I fall in love with the template, so saya tidak perlu I don't have to go to other website to download free graphics, but instead in the Canva itself there ada a lot of range of free graphics lah yang boleh digunakan tanpa copyright. Okay, so although you can also upload your own images like your photos and so on. Okay, so and it is very user friendly. You don't have to belajar lama untuk berkenalan dengan the tools ataupun the features of Canva lah. Okay, so it's mungkin graphic designer tidak begitu setuju lah kalau kita menggunakan Canva ni as a design tool, but for researcher, for teachers, for educators, you don't have enough time. You don't have enough time to learn how to use Photoshop. But Photoshop ni is very technical, and then it needs skills lah in order for you to produce stunning graphics and posters, buku dan sebagainya. Okay, so why Canva is for everyone? Because of those features just now lah. So Canva ni bukan sahaja untuk guru, educators, but also being used by the entrepreneurs. Biasanya diorang menggunakan, especially the content creators, right? They normally use Canva for their content lah, for media social ataupun nak jual barang diorang kan. So educators and students, content creators, non-profit organization, event planners, freelancers, social media, and of course for personal use. I'm going to share several output that I've been working on. So kita juga boleh menghasilkan graphic with eye-catching typography, okay, fonts. There are a lot of fonts available for free in Canva. And of course, it is very my presentation stuck? Can you see the presentation moving? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fui. Okay. Yes, so these are the several products, designs that I've been working on before. The first one, of course, we can use Canva to design poster. Okay, those poster can be educational or maybe some promotions of your product. So I hope I'm sharing the same screen. Okay, right. So these designs is designed from scratch, yang inilah. But this one you can choose the template and then you can enhance them so that it is more appealing. Okay, so you can also have your own product and then you can design them based on your liking. I'm going to share with you one workbook. I hope everyone still have some energy to do some exercises so that we can explore Canva features together. Okay. Other than that, I also use Canva for teaching, of course. And then as you can see, can use Canva to design certificate. And then there's some one features in Canva that we can create one certificate and then automatically change the name of the participants and save it in PDF. And we can use together with the Excel, and we can send it through email. Okay, this yang ada rusa ni adalah one of the kerja sekolah anak saya. So you can add more lah. So I asked my kids, binatang apa yang dia nak masukkan di situ. So dia yang cari sendiri binatang yang tinggal di di hutan. So together we produce buku scrap lah. Okay. So of course this one is can as an academician kita boleh guna Canva untuk design our poster. So you don't have to design it from scratch because in Canva there ada banyak template that you can reuse. So one of the project untuk student saya adalah to develop their own online portfolio. So these are nursing student. So and this one is actually a website lah. So you can also create website using Canva. Okay, so we also design book cover. So this is a book cover design using Canva. And then you can also create a mini project again using Canva. Of course, kita boleh buat Instagram post, boleh juga buat coloring book sendiri, and then we can use Canva to design our LinkedIn banner ataupun LMS banner and so on. Okay, so to get started with Canva, I think although everyone has already been using Canva before, but let's try ourselves. Ada beberapa features Canva yang saya baru juga belajar when I join sekolah Malaysia. Jadi mungkin boleh juga kita sama-sama menggunakan try to have some experience using Canva that ada beberapa features lah yang especially when you want to present. So there are several features that we can use it. Okay. Jadi saya akan bagi link workbook itu at the chat nanti kita boleh guna sama-sama lah, and kita guna for the untuk beberapa waktu yang spare ni kita boleh guna bersama-sama. I'll show you how to use the workbook. Okay. Okay, hold on ya. So while waiting, is there any questions? How do you use Canva for? What do you use Canva for? Mungkin boleh share dekat chat lah. I think Canva is telah digunakan dengan meluas lah oleh ramai orang lah, especially teachers and academician kan. So what do you use Canva for? Mana saya tahu? This one. Maybe you can share in the chat. Hold on ya. Ya, Dr. Aslina dia lagi terror lah. In order to design something, you need to have the eye. Apa ni, mata yang boleh melihat estetika, kan? So still you need to have some creativity. Okay, but I believe that creativity can be trained. Kan? So can you get do you get the link? So you can click on that link and then it will brings you to your Canva. So because everyone has already been using Canva, so I think semua orang ada Canva account, right? So Canva sebenarnya ada beberapa I think ada 3 jenis account. So the first one is premium. Of course, you need to pay for premium, but I think it's worth it. Oh, request permission. Okay. Oh, okay, sorry. Can you try again, Dr. As? Hopefully it works now. Okay. Tak apa, nanti saya tengok. Cannot. Share. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, I'm really sorry. Okay, okay. Yeah, let me share the screen. Okay, so actually I'm sharing you as brand template. Okay, so everyone has their own workbook. Okay, so if you are using Canva for collaborations in your class, you can share it directly lah, collaboration link too. But because I'm sharing you the brand template, so everyone will have their own workbook lah. So you can change your name here. Let's say, so it's ya, saya rasa semua orang sudah ni kan. So double click, then you can change your name. So now you have your name there, and then I think that's straightforward, right? Then if we go to the next, slide or page. Okay, so you can add your text by clicking the tools ataupun toolbar at your left hand side. Click T ni kan, but you can also have your text by clicking T on your keyboard. Okay, maybe you can click on that square and then you type T. So automatically kamu punya paragraph, your text will appear on the canvas. Okay, so then you can just type it lah. So that is the shortcut. Of course, if you want to move it, just using the arrow yang ini, kita boleh move the text. So at the moment, of course, my text is white, so you cannot see. So if you want to change the text, you need to highlight it and then you click on that text color above the toolbar above it. So yeah, you can just choose any color. And then you can have your text. Okay. So as usual, if you want to make it bigger, then you just double click and then change the text up on the toolbar. Or maybe you can also drag the text box. Okay. All right. Are you okay? Are you okay? Saya rasa malam ni kita boleh relax sikit lah kan. Ya, jadi kita boleh santai sikit lah. Okay. Dr. Foy, dia punya presentation semuanya dalam guna Canva. Okay, so that is the first shortcut. I think we move on to the next slide. Change text font and typography. So there are several types of font available in Canva: serif, sans serif, and display. So sans serif, serif ni maksudnya yang ada ekor lah. We can double click serif ni, and then we go to this toolbar. Okay, so kita boleh type di situ serif. Just type serif. So serif is actually types of family font where they have a little decorative at the end of the font ataupun huruf tu. So when we type serif, dia akan keluarkan beberapa pilihan lah. Depends on which account you have. So just click on either one. And sans pula adalah a font without any decorative curve at the end of the abjad. Okay, so again, it's the same. Just double click the word sans, and then you can search here, type sans, then you'll get a list of sans font. So if you can see the difference between sans dengan sans serif tu kan, dia ada beza. Sans ni maksudnya in Latin tiada. Serif means yang cursive tu. So sans serif means tiada cursive. Don't have cursive. Sans. Again, you can just choose any one of it. Okay, and then same goes to the third one. Double click on it, and then when you type display here, all right, so you can have more options lah. Bila kita buat project menggunakan Canva, most of the time is taken by choosing when you want to choose the font. Lama sangat choose the font kan? Okay, just choose any. Decorative lah, yang display ni it's more decorative. Iya, si Fui. Yang ni semua yang malam ni yang hadir ni semua pandai-pandai sudah. Tapi kita share sajalah kan. Okay. Have you done page 3? Class? Okay, if you've done, then we go to the next page, which is text alignment. So quickly, yeah, we just highlight the text and then click this one. So it will automatically align according to the alignment provided here lah. So if you want to have left hand left side alignment, then you just click once, and then this is justify, and then we have right alignment, and then in the center, on the center. Okay, so I think that is very straight to the point. Okay, so page 5, add shape. So again, you click on that box. Okay, click on your keyboard L. So automatically you'll get one line. Okay, so R for rectangle. Click on the keyboard. So you don't have to go to the toolbar on your left-hand side. Normally you go to element, and then you will search for square, begitu kan, ataupun rectangle. But in Canva, they also have this shortcut. So you just click on the keyboard. Let's say C is for circle. Okay. The next one is elements. So elements is the most powerful elements. I think this is the most powerful element in Canva, where you can get to choose graphics, free graphics from the library in Canva. So maybe you can try and click this element here, and then try to search for your favorite food. I'm not sure roti canai ada ke tidak dalam. But nasi lemak I've tried. Yes, they do have nasi lemak lah. On Canva lah. Nasi lemak. Okay. So when you have this icon, that means it is for education's account. But of course, they also have the free version. Okay. So again, there are 3 types of account. The first one is premium. The second one is education. And then the third one is free version. So although it is free versions, you still have an extensive list of elements provided in Canva. So you just, let's say I just choose this one. If you want to resize it, you can see that circle at the corner, then you can drag. Okay. So you're feeling right now sleepy maybe. Okay. Okay, your favorite place. Sorry. Okay, so as you can see, there's a photo. It's the elements is divided into several section: photo, graphic, videos, audio. Okay, and you can at the same time they also provide with another suggestion: kitchen tools, kitchen background, and so on. Kitchen utensils, counter, and so on. So yeah, let's say my favorite place is kitchen. And upload your photo. So you can go to the toolbar on your left-hand side. You can click on the upload tab, and then you can upload your file. So you can also drag and drop. Hopefully I still have. Yeah. Okay, so you just drag and drop, and then your photo will be uploaded here, and then click on it, and it will appear on your canvas, or you can just drag it. Okay. All right. Are you still with me? Okay. The next one is grids and frame. So let's click on the element and then type grid. And then when you click on grid, so you can see several options there. So let us just choose any of them. Yeah, let's say this one. I'm going to drop it here. So you can drag and drop. If you are not satisfied with that, just click undo. Click again. Dia jadi bulat ni ya. Okay, never mind. Okay, we try to make it smaller. Right, as you can see, it is behind the square. So there's new features of Canva. They provide us with layers. So we click on position, and then you can see arrange. Another tab is layer. So here on the layer tab, you can arrange the positions of your layers lah. So let's say I want to have this element on top of everything. So I'm going to drag it to the top of the layers. Okay, so now it will be on the top. Okay, so actually grids is actually a form of frame. Okay, so we can let's say on the upload, I'm going to drag one of my picture to the frame. Maybe this one. So it will be in the frame, in the grids. So if you want to rearrange it, you can actually double click on it and then double click, and then we can move it so that we can have the preferred crop. Okay, so for the frame, it's actually almost the same with grids. We go back to the element, and then we type frames. Sorry. And then you can see a lot of options of frame. So you can choose any of them. Let's say this one. I would like to have this one. And then we can drag any photos that you have in the library. Then if you want to crop it accordingly, just double click on it, and then you can adjust. So that is the frame. Okay. Are you okay? Can you edit your workbook? You get the workbook? Boleh. Okay. Which page are you now? Seven. Oh, okay, good. Yeah. Let's proceed. Okay, we go to page 8. So grouping and locking. Okay. So there's exercise there. First, select the text and the element. Text. We select Canva lover and this heart shape. Okay. So when you click, it will be either one. So if you want to click both of them, we need to click tekan shift lah. Kita klik Canva lover, and then kita tekan shift on your keyboard, and then click the heart shape. So we are selecting these two elements now. And then once we selected them, there's one tab appear on top, the groups itu kan. So we click on the group and now it will become one element. Okay. So yeah, of course we can move it around lah. But if you don't want it to move around, okay, we click more kat sini tu, and then we lock. So you will you cannot move anymore lah, because sometimes when we have so many elements, bila kita pilih satu, kita terpilih yang lain, so it will menyebabkan kita punya design tu lari lah. So when we lock it, then it will remain on that position. But if you want to move it, click again, click unlock. So again, it will become loose. Boleh digerakkan lah. So you also can ungroup them. Okay. All right. Hi, Farah. Okay, we move on to page 9. Align elements. Just now we align the text. Now we try to align the elements. Okay. So again, we can move the square manually, and then they have this grid that can help us to align them. Okay. Boleh je. Dia akan keluarkan juga jarak so that it will become evenly aligned lah. But instead of doing that one by one, let's say we have hundreds of circles here. So you don't want to do it one by one, right? So what we can do is, again, we click on Shift, and then we go to Position. Kat atas tu ada Position. We go to Arrange, and then we tidy up. So automatically it will try to tidy up the design. So just imagine if you have a lot of circles or a lot of elements on your page, so you can just use that features to tidy up. Or maybe you want to make it left. Oh, semua pergi left. If you don't like it, then just undo. Or you want it all of your circles on the in the center, and undo it. Okay. All right, so move on to page 10, copy style. So we've, in words, I think we have these features, copy style. We are going to copy the style. Oh yeah, we can also duplicate this design by clicking D, Shift D. Okay, Shift D or Control D, sorry. Control D. Okay, so you click on that particular circle, and then you press Shift and then press D at the same time. Sorry, Control D. So you'll have a duplicate. Okay, so let's say we want to copy this style to another circle. So we use this paint, copy style. Yang dekat atas ni ada macam paint, paint brush, paint roller. We copy the style and then we paste it on the next circle. Okay, so copy again, paste. Right? So undo, undo. So let's say I want to copy this style, copy it, and then paste it. Okay. All right, page 11. Okay, so I would like to again not claim, I would like to thank Mr. Don of Scholar, because he is the one who is producing this workbook, and he said we can share this workbook provided we don't change the content of it, and don't ask for any apa ni, yuran lah. Don't sell this workbook or template. Okay, so here what we are going to do is to find the position button. I think we've tried it before. Position, if you still remember, can you click on the position button and then click it, and then you select the layer tab. I give you space to do it first, 1 minute, and after that I'll show you. I'm hoping yang ada sekarang ni boleh buatlah sama-sama kan, kalau tidak kita tertidur. Right? So this is actually just a very brief sharing while waiting for another talk at 11. Okay. So have you found the position button? Okay, click on that position button and then select the layer tab and find the love. Wow, find the love. Okay, so there's layers of element here. So what we need to do is we click on this position button, we click on the layers. So as you can see, there are a lot of elements. There's list of elements here. Okay, and then you want to find the love. Where's the love? Okay, so that's the love over here. So actually it's hiding behind the graphics. Okay, so we have several graphics, then you can see the love. Okay, so we can click on the love and then we can drag it. So actually we can still click on it without dragging all the elements on top of it. So you just click on the tab where the love is, and then it will highlight that particular element, and then you can just drag it out. Actually, you can learn it on your own, but if there's someone show it to you, then it's easier. Okay, so 11, we go to page 12. So we're almost there. So click the word green. Can you see the word green? Actually, it's hiding here. And then we change the color. So how to change the color? You can go to this tab, to this toolbar. Click on the text color, because we need to change the color to green. So if you don't find your color palettes here, green color palettes here, just click on this, add new color, and then click on the green. Then you can see, you can click whatever shadows of green you like, and it will become the green. Select the gray circle in the toolbar above, click the gray square and change it to color. Okay, so we click on this gray circle. Okay, we have color here, and can change the color here to yellow. So again, just choose any yellow color there. Right? In the top right, change the transparency to 60. Okay, so now we want to change it to the transparency value to 60. So on top of the tab, there are several tabs there. We have animate, position, and then we have transparency. Click on the transparency, then kita boleh drag it up, drag tukar kepada 60. So that is the transparency level. Right? Okay. Right, so now we are going to do one exercise, another exercise. So we can also have some features here. You can go to the element and then find some doctors maybe. You just type doctors. But I already have a doctor mungkin. Element. Oh, okay, sorry. Doctor. Click on all. So you can just click any of the picture that available here. Okay, so we can go to edit photo. Oh, mine, I already, okay, sorry. Semula ya. Doctor. Let's say I choose this one. Okay, edit photo. We can remove the background. So this is one of the famous, I think for me, it's very useful. You don't have to go to the third party's website in order for us to delete ataupun remove the background. Okay, but I think for free account, it is limited to 3 times usage. Okay, so let's say we already removed the background. Again, you can go to edit photo. We can add shadow. Click on shadow and click on outline. So at the moment, the outline is a black color. So you can change it to white. Yep. And maybe you want to have drop shadow or glow. Okay. So you can also have this one. Oh yeah, when let's say you click glow, so at the moment it is in the glow is black. Kita boleh tukar lang warna lain pun boleh. But I prefer to have it white. Okay, you can adjust the size of the glow and the blur amount and the angle and the distance. Okay. And if you want to make it bigger, then you just drag. Are you okay? Okay, we have 15 minutes more. So you can also design from template. For example, you want to create presentations. So you can search for templates. You click on the design, click the design too, and then you can search template presentation history. Let's say history presentations. So there's a lot of history presentations. I think Malaysia mungkin belum ada, so we need to be the content creator and submit it to Canva so that our content will be here, local content. Okay, or maybe English presentation or biology and so on. So just if you don't want to create from scratch, then you can just choose any of the templates available here. Or maybe you want to have poster, academic poster. Okay, academic poster. Oh, dear. Not really, yeah. Oh, okay, okay. So you need to go home, sorry. Go, pergi home. Home, you need to start it from home and then you type the template that you want. Academic poster. How is this? Okay. So there's a lot of template poster available. Okay, one soalan. If I want to make a book using all graphic design template from Canva, will there be an issue of copyright? No issue of copyright because it's actually CC. Dia adalah free copyrighted. We can use it. We can use the picture. There's no copyright for the pictures available in Canva. Yeah. But I think if we concern about the copyright, maybe we can include some statement lah. The graphic is we get the graphic from Canva library. Yeah. Actually, we've designed one ni kan? Yeah. Dr. said everyone can be a designer. Yes. So there's a lot of other features and usage of Canva that can be explored. I think at the moment, these 2 weeks, we are actually sharing a free training ataupun free webinar in community Belajar Canva Percuma at Facebook. So you can, maybe I can give you the link. So it is free. So there's a lot of tutorial or training topics that will be shared by the community lah. I mean, yeah, scholar community. I think sikit lagi. I just finished my sharing yang inilah. So we also have a template. You can share it and download it. Here you can share. Actually, you can collab it with your friends. So you just change it to anyone with the link, and then you can change whether you want the person to be able to edit it, to view it, or to comment it. Okay, so normally I use this with my students. I ask them to share the link with these features, can comment, so that I can comment their design. So they don't have to download and then re-upload it on the LMS. So they can just share it directly. Oh, of course, if you want to download it, you can download here. Click on this download button, and you can choose the file type that you want to have it. JPEG, PDF, printing, standard, and so on. But if you want to print it, you better choose this PDF print so that it won't pecah lah kan. So there are several new features coming. Canva AI. You can use this text to image. If you cannot find it in your toolbar here, we go to this button, apps. Okay, and then you can type text to image. Text to image. I think they already named they provide different ada banyak lah. So just choose this one. So this is actually Magic Media. You can, it's like lebih kurang macam Midjourney lah, tapi small scale. Okay, instantly generate images and video with AI. Just click open. and then you can type. Depends on whatever imagination that you have. Lion, wear hat on near the sea. Oh yeah. So you can try your prompt and then click generate image. Yeah. I think Canva sudah apa ni advance lah. Masa mula-mula keluar these features this not that realistic. So I think this is acceptable lah. Okay, just click on it and then you can play around. Okay, so that is one. Another one. I like to use this one, a shortcut for the presentations. Okay, so let's say, mana sudah tu sikit. Okay, so let's say this one. Okay, need to share. Cepat. Share presentation. Share. Oh, sorry. Present. So let's say you want to present your slides. Okay, so you can click on C on the keyboard and then you'll get some interactive. Ataupun if they are two, let's click it M. Oh, unveil. Put lah. Or maybe you want them to pay attention to your presentation. You click on B and then pause or bubbles. Or maybe timer. You want to have just click on the numbers. So let's say I click on 5, so that means 5 minutes. So another 5 minutes and it will count down. And then you can have some music. This is new music ni. So while waiting, you can have some music. Or no music. Okay, so it is only available when you present. Okay, so the third one is magic command. I think when you click on the text, let's say you have a text. Text. Okay, so when you click on the text, it will gives you some option magic write. So it's a mini ChatGPT lah inside Canva. Okay, so yep, you can try that later. Okay, so you can also have arrows semua lah. Okay, so the next one is transition. So just click on it and then go to animate and then you can just choose any animations available.
Okay, Puan. Sorry, Puan. Kita ada lagi another 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, easier and become more creative. Okay, so I think that's all. So if you want to know more, then you can join our community. It is free at Facebook, Community Belajar Canva Percuma. So we have 2 weeks of free training. Okay, so that's all for me. Thank you very much. You can contact me through the group. Okay, I pass back to the moderator. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Madam Siti, for a very, very insightful learning practical session. So Alhamdulillah, I learned a lot also from this practical session using Canva. So hope everybody now already expertise using Canva. Okay, thank you so much again, Madam Siti from UMS, very far from Sabah. Quite a lot of speakers from Sabah, from Brunei, quite far from KL. All right, thank you so much. Next session, the last speaker we have today. We will have okay, wait. Okay, we will have after this Dr. Muhammad Sharidwan Muhammad Kasimuddin, School of Mathematical Science, University Science Malaysia. Okay, let me read the biodata of him. Dr. Muhammad Sharidwan Muhammad Kasimuddin is a lecturer in the School of Mathematical Science, USM, since 2018. He completed his PhD in the field of neural networks in 2017 in the same institution. His current area of research is artificial neural network, data mining, algorithm, and heat transfer. Since 2016, he published more than 70 articles in high-impact journals and became an invited speaker at several prestigious conferences. He is also a reviewer in several top-tier journals such as Neural Networks, Applied Soft Computing, Expert System with Application, and many more. Dr. Sharidwan is a project leader for various scientific national and international grants that amount up to 1 million in total. Since 2018, he is an active member of the Artificial Intelligence Research Development Group, and the group is expanding worldwide. Okay, if you are interested to collaborate or pursue your PhD master under him, you can email him at sharidwan@usm.my. All right, Dr. Sharidwan already with us. Thank you, Doctor, for being with us. Without further ado, let's extend a warm welcome to Dr. Muhammad Sharidwan Muhammad Kasimuddin. The stage is all yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Zikri, Dr. Zikri from Sunway University, is it?
I'm currently with Royal Malaysia Police.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay. So it was great to meet you, Zikri. I would like to make some sound check. You can hear my voice correctly. I mean, very clear, right? Okay, good. So, okay, Assalamualaikum and good day to everyone. I know this is, for me, this is something that is very new to me because IEEE Day is something that I thought it's just some sort like a journal or maybe something like an activities, but it never come across to me that we have this IEEE Day where we just present whatever we have in 24 hours. And then after that, there are so many presenters presenting their findings, sharing their ideas in all multidisciplinary point of view. It was very interesting. Right. Okay. So since I'm the last I'm the last one who's going to present this IEEE Day. So I'm going to do something that is a little bit different. I'm not going to show you any slides because I believe everyone is so sucked with the slide, right? They're so synced with the slides. Everything, I think from 12 o'clock until 11 today, all talking about slides. And we have Canva also, who's also talking about how to make your idea become more presentable. So in this session, I'm going to invite another two panels, and then we're going to have a very casual conversations, intellectual conversation about my field of studies. So I really hope that this session, okay, is going to spark some ideas about my field, and hopefully it can attract more people to venture or to study our field. So first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Ashraf Mansur. Okay, Dr. Muhammad Ashraf, are you there? And okay, Dr. Ashraf, all right. Okay, Dr. Ashraf, a little bit about Dr. Ashraf. Dr. Ashraf is from University Science Malaysia, School of Distance Education's mathematical sections. So Dr. Ashraf is with me for almost 10 years in terms of research. We did our PhD together, and he's my some sort of like an advisor in terms of research. And then he also, I can consider him as a high impact researcher lah. So another panel that I would like to invite today is Dr. Nur Ezlin Zamri. Are you there? All right. Okay, so Dr. Ezlin Zamri is recently graduated from School of Distance Education's under mathematical sections, and her interest, topic of interest or research is solely revolve around logic mining, okay, logic programming, artificial neural network as well. So I can say she's a prodigy lah in this field of studies, and I really hope that our conversation today will help me understand well. Although I already been in this field of studies for quite some years, but I still feel that I'm still in the infant stage where I want to learn more about new ideas on how to how to expand from our current ideas. All right. Okay, so these are the two panels, and I really appreciate if the viewers or the I see there are some of my researchers are here also. Maybe they can ask questions, and then I can read out the questions, and we try to answer all your problems, and then we try to clear all the doubts that will occur during during these conversations. All right, Dr. Ashraf, can you hear my voice?
Yes, very clear, Dr. Shariduan. Thank you so much for the brief introduction just now.
All right, okay. And Dr. Ezlin, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me, doctor? Is it clear?
Yes, very clear. Right. Okay, so we're going to start. And again, this is just a casual conversations about our title today, which is advancements of logic mining. But when we are talking about logic mining, we don't limit ourselves only to feature selections or any classification methods. We go beyond that. And at what extent? That is a very good question. We go beyond data minings. So one of the most interesting paradigm that I could found in logic mining is actually a subset of data mining. All right. So you have a big set, and then inside the set of data mining, we have this logic mining. But although they share a lot of characteristics where they extract the informations, and then after that, for normal data mining, they extract the informations, valuable informations, and then they use that informations to do whatever things, like they share with the practitioner, and then they understand the correlations between or the relationship among the attributes or the whatever things they have when they analyze the data. But more importantly is logic mining. Instead of just extracting knowledge from the data sets, we are doing more than that. Okay. The first thing that I realized that logic mining extract information in the form of logic. So logic is in the form of models. So this logic can be used in two things: classifications and predictions. And then lastly, logic mining also can do knowledge extractions. So maybe I would like to set off the stage by pointing out to Dr. Ashraf. Okay, maybe Dr. Ashraf, can you explain a little bit on the domain that we have to understand before we can start to understand what is logic mining?
Okay, thank you so much to Dr. Shariduan, and I would like to thank to Dr. Ezin as well for your willingness to join us as a panelist for today. And first of all, I'd like to extend a token of appreciations to the organizer, Sunway University, for organizing a very insightful IEEE Day. I have been joining the session ever since the ChatGPT session just now. It was a very insightful session as well. Okay, let's start. Let's kick off with the question posed by Dr. Shariduan just now regarding on the important domain of logic mining. So logic mining is actually, as what has been told by Dr. Shariduan, is a subset of data mining. However, the logic mining is actually a field that combines, the logical representations, or commonly being said like logical satisfiability rule, logical rule. And it also combines the applications of neural network or machine learning model in order to execute the proposed logic mining model that we are planning to develop. Okay, so the term logic mining here with usually related with the knowledge extractions. So what we did in logic mining is actually we would like to discover the logical relationship between the attributes of the data, and then we are going to look into the patterns of the data and the associations between the attributes, because we are going to represent the attributes in terms of the logical representation. I mean, we have the what we call a variable or the literals of that particular logical rule. So the main goals of this logic mining is actually to uncover or unearth the hidden knowledge and insight from the data set. So what we are going to look into, the most important thing is actually on how the data relate logically. Because if you are dealing with the statistical method, for example, regression analysis, so we are going to find the significant relationship between each of the variables, right? But in logic mining, we are going to extend that knowledge. I mean, we are going to look into the strength of association between each of the what we call as the attributes, and we transform it in the form of logical representation as well. So I think that is actually the brief introduction about logic mining. So one of the, when we talk about logic mining methods, there are three earliest model that has been proposed by using Horn-set or Horn satisfiability logic, 2 satisfiability logic, and 3 satisfiability logic. So that three works are among the earliest work that venture the logic mining that extend to many other works as well. So I hope that answer your question just now, Dr. Shariduan. Maybe I would like to pass back to you.
Okay, it was a very insightful briefing, okay, on the logic mining part. So I would like to rewind a little bit on on the logic mining. So one of the things that Dr. Ashraf mentioned just now is the choice of logical rule when we put it into a logic mining, because we have not seen much paper about the effect of logic and logic mining. So maybe Dr. Eslin, can you explain to the audience how this logic actually can change? I mean, it can influence the performance of the logic mining.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sheridan. I hope everyone can hear me. First and
Loud
foremost,
and
I would like to thank Dr. Sheridan for inviting me for including for me in this session. Both, as mentioned by Dr. Sheridan, both Dr. Ashraf and Dr. Sheridan is my supervisor. I just a newbie in this field, so this is quite a big deal for me. Thank you so much. Regarding the questions by Dr. Sheridan, how different logical rule could impact the performance inside logic mining. As mentioned earlier on, logic mining is actually a process of understanding data in the form of logical rule. So it represents the entries and the behavior of a data set, and we optimize it, and the optimized output of logic mining is the product of logic mining. In my opinion, I see logical rule satisfiability as a language, as like we see English, as what we see Mandarin, as what we see Bahasa. It conveys same message. It's able to represent the same message, the same pattern, but it is represented in different ways. It may not have the same font, it may not have the same alphabets, but the expressivity of logic is very important for logic mining. So in my opinion, as long as the logical rule, because with data, we have different types of data. So in my opinion, logical rule should be investigate as much as we want. We have to find logical rule systematic, in the form of systematic, or in the form of non-systematic. Every day there must be a new logical rule, because there's no such thing as a perfect logical rule right now. There's no such thing as perfect logical rule can represent all data set in this world. So in my opinion, the study of investigating new logical rule is very important. It's very intriguing, to be honest. So it does really impact the performance of logic mining, because different data can be represented in different form of logical rule. That's all from me. Maybe Doctor, you may add more.
Yeah, I can see there is a spike development in terms of systematic logic when we are dealing with logic mining, but there are very few logic mining model that are considering non-systematic logic. So I think I can say the millennial. I can define ourselves as a millennial, right? The millennial approach, normally they are focusing on the systematic logic. And then for the non-systematic is the new way of doing logic mining. We have several papers like by the work of Go et al. 2020, 2022. We have the work of Gao 2022 as well. And we also have the work of Zamri et al. 2021 as well. So all this logic has been created based on simulated data sets, all right? And then most of them give a very good results. So in your point of view, how non-systematic logic actually helps us help to improve logic mining?
Me, Doctor?
Yes, maybe we can hear from Dr. Eslin.
Okay.
How this non-systematic actually improve logic mining? Based on your observations.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor. From its name, non-systematic means it's flexible. So we can, as a language, we have to be generalized enough to capture all the patterns of all the data. So the form of non-systematic, as I said, is flexible. It can give more expressivity power. So it can embed more data set. It can understand or make sense more data sets. That's why I think it's non-systematic perform better in a logic mining perspective. Maybe Dr. Ashraf.
I see.
Maybe from my own point of view, actually, I mean, it depends on the nature of your data set. For example, for those who are planning to do medical data set, so maybe they are highly advisable to choose non-systematic path because they can combine. I mean, let's say if you want to do like early screening for a disease, so there should be a flexible, I mean, factors that required to find the relationship that leads towards that disease detection. But it depends on the nature of data. However, I kind of agree with what Dr. Eslin said just now. I mean, among the new researchers, they are quite intrigued with the non-systematic cases because we have seen the trend of logic mining. I mean, ever since last year, they are trying to venture the non-systematic logical representation because another factor which we can say that the logical diversity, because if we are fixed with the systematic, for example, 3 set, 2 set, I mean, that one is quite traditional way of representing logical rule. So some might have problem with the logical diversity. I mean, it is not a problem, but there will be logical diversity will be much more lower as compared to the non-systematic logical rule. So however, I mean, a part of the choice of logical rule, maybe we can think of other domains that will make logic mining perform better. I mean, for me, logical rule, the choice of logical rule is just an early aspect. We need to consider another structure or another domains in logic mining. For example, the training algorithms and how we are going to find the optimal attribute selection. So that is one of the path or the way. For example, we have work by Jamaluddin et al. 2022 that implement the log linear model to find the optimal attribute selection. So it helps the systematic cases of logical rule, I mean, logic mining for the case of systematic to work well. So even though we might say that the non-systematic logical rule might work well in the logic mining perspective, but for those who are really interested to do the systematic variant of logic mining, they might have to alter or find modification in the model. For example, if they want to do some modification in the optimal attribute selections or effective metric choice and whatnot. Okay, so I've seen few 5 years. I mean, we have a lot of work on logic mining. I think it should be more than 30 works. I mean, they're discussing about this logic mining. So I would like to say that this field is quite getting attention nowadays. Okay.
I kind of agree with what Dr. Ashraf said. Dr. Ashraf said about the type of data that we're going to use in the logic mining itself. And since we are dealing with this NP problem, and we also are based on the context of no free lunch theorem, we cannot say this logic will work to this particular data set. Right. For example, by the work of Jamaluddin et al. 2021, where they use this energy-based 2-satra logic mining, they use this logic mining to extract the logical rule from the recruitment data sets. This recruitment data set is from the industry. So it turns out it gives a very good accuracy, all this performance metric. But then when we try this particular reverse analysis or logic mining into different data set or just benchmark data set, it fail. I mean, it really doesn't work. I think the context of no free lunch theorem should be considered as well when we are checking it. And then I would like to acknowledge the perspective of non-systematic as well. The non-systematic, one thing about non-systematic, the order of the logic or the order of the clause, it keeps on changing. And for instance, by the work of for example, the work of Siddiq et al. 2021, they are venturing random two sets. Okay, means first order clause and second order clause, and then the connectives keeps on changing. So when we have different connectives, then we have different synaptic weight, and we all know in layman terms, neural network is all about finding the right synaptic weight so that it can retrieve the right final neuron states. So when we have different ways, different magnitudes of synaptic weight, then things will get interesting. The final neuron state will be different, it will diversify, and then it will give us a better logical rule, right? So I would like to proceed our discussion on the second part. I think Dr. Ashraf has touched and go several definitions or contexts, maybe in terms of learning of the neural networks. So I see that there are several point of view, like for example, by the work of Alzami 2021, they are using different networks such as a radial basis function neural network. And I see there is a bunch of people who are using single layered neural networks such as Hopfield neural network. So maybe maybe I can hear from any of the panels here. Does different neural network impact the quality of the solution in the logic mining? Maybe we can hear from maybe Dr. Ashraf.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. I mean, when we talk about a neural network model, we cannot escape with the issues of which one is better than the other one. So according to the no free lunch theorem, you know that there is no such thing, the ultimate model that could outperform the other. So we need to look into the goals of developing that particular logic mining models. Some might work very well. For example, if they want to integrate the radial basis neural network, but for the most primitive way to represent the logic mining, as far as I knew in this field, most of them are still using Hopfield neural network because of the flexibility of the network to being merged or to being fused with the other robust learning algorithms or any data pre-processing method as well. So when we talk about which one is better, so I think we need to look into the goals of our models, and then we need to see about the modification that needed in that particular model. So if we talk about a standalone model, so some might say that deep learning might outperform the other neural network, but it depends on how we treat that particular network, because in logic mining, a part of having that neural network in our structure, in our component of the logic mining, so we need to look into another aspect, for example, training algorithms, so we can venture about meta heuristic in order to make the network process faster and whatnot. So maybe Dr. Ezrin can add anything that comes to your mind about what the issues being taught by Dr. Shariduan just now.
Okay, but maybe I go a little bit specific. In my opinion, in the context like what Dr. Sheridan had mentioned, RBF versus Hopfield being studied right now. RBF have a feed-forward mechanism. However, Hopfield have feedback mechanism. A feed-forward mechanism, I'm not saying it's bad, but it's generally associated with Hebbian learning, whereby most of feed-forward models, they require some sort of parameter tuning in order for us to get the correct synaptic weight. However, for Hopfield, we already have, I would say, foundational work by Wan Abdullah, which have mentioned the, I would say, successful hybridization of logic in Hopfield. So by using WA method, which I so far haven't seen any faulty regarding WA method, which was proposed by Wan Abdullah in 1993. I would say in terms of logic mining perspective, specifically, Hopfield or feedback mechanism neural network had shown a more compatibility as compared to feed-forward. That's just my opinion.
Actually, I kind of agree with Dr. Eslin also. In terms of, for example, the work of Azmi 2021, where they use RBF and then they embed it into Tusatra, although that is considered as novel, but for me, it's not so innovative, because the induced logic produced by this RBF is only one. We can only have single induced logic. So of course, that is the recipe of overfitting. Means imagine you have for Hopfield neural network, normal HNN, we can have almost 100 or 200 or 10,000. Okay, I have one researcher who is doing more than 100,000 induced logic. So all these induced logic, although they can bring complexity into the equations, but then it provides us some form of opportunity to get the right or the more accurate induced logic. But if you only have one, then I think it is either it will be very good or it will be very bad. So I like the answer from Dr. Ezrin just now about the parameter tuning. Yes, it is actually makes a difference where you need to tune the parameter. For example, RBF needs to tune the parameters for the center, the wave, and that is not including the complexity of the data yet. So yeah, I kind of agree with that lah. So, but again, we cannot stay in this Hopfield neural network forever, and we cannot stay in one Abdullah method forever. Maybe in the future, but again, we cannot also consider complex networks such as deep convolution neural network as well. If we go into that directions, then the purpose of logical rule inside neural network is no longer feasible, and we will have so many complexity issues lah. All right. Okay. That is a good talk on the learning phase. All right. I mean the choice of neural network. Okay. Another thing that I would like to highlight is the pre-processing. Okay. I think when we read the work of Satasivam and Wan Abdullah 2011, okay, in her work on reverse analysis method or logic mining through reverse analysis method, we found out that this reverse analysis method or logic mining does not produce the best induced logic. So after that, this model has been improved by Ku et al. 2020, where they only have one English logic. And then the pre-processing also is based on the frequency of the true positive of the data sets. And of course, they are using 60-40 conventions. And the result is quite compelling because we managed to have one English logic. We managed to have one intermediate logic to put it into neural networks. So maybe I can hear from Dr. Ashraf. Okay, how pre-processing actually helps a neural network to be more optimized or create a better induced logic?
Okay, thank you so much for your questions. I mean, regarding on data pre-processing, it is essential for any data mining or logic mining methods. It is obvious, okay? So we can't really escape with data pre-processing. Okay, in terms of improving the neural network performance, it will what we call improve, because in the logic mining we have the best logic. Data processing pre-processing will be able to reduce and facilitate the process of finding the early trend of the data. Secondly, for data pre-processing, it will help us to filter the data effectively. I mean, some of data might not be being very what we call very useful for our work, and then it will help us to segregate the data effectively. And then for the data processing methods, so we have a lot in the market, so you need to try to embed it in any logical logic mining method, and not only in logic mining, but it's also widely used in data mining as well. So that is my take on that particular
That's very
issue.
interesting, Dr. Ashraf. You're saying that without pre-processing, we cannot actually direct the neural network towards the optimized induced logic. That is a very good quote from your side. Okay, maybe Dr. Eslin, can I, for your part, I would like to know what is what is your take on supervised versus non-supervised pre-processing phase. So which one is better? Which one do you prefer when you are doing your logic mining?
Okay. I actually have different takes from my supervisor. In my opinion, yes, I do agree that any method handling with data pre-processing is very, very important in any stage, in any model. In the context of supervised and unsupervised, I just want to clarify. Supervised is where we opt for methods that have, I would say, more human intervention, like statistical methods or any other methods of feature selection method that with the basis of assumptions, with the basis of more human intervention, as I mentioned. However, for unsupervised, we use strictly on what the data has. For example, in my work, I use similarity index. I don't care whether is there any outliers or any anomaly in the data. I just use similarity index to calculate the distance between the independent attributes to the dependent attribute, because I just want to see what attribute is actually significant towards the dependent attribute. So that's the context, in my opinion, supervised and unsupervised for logic mining. I have different take with Dr. Ashraf, because in my opinion, when you are creating, I would say a neural network, a neural network, which is an intelligent model, right? Intelligent model. So we don't have to create a vacuum environment, meaning we don't have to be thorough with the data that we have. In my opinion, we just have to use, I'm leaning towards unsupervised. Because for me, more human intervention, it doesn't necessarily give good results. Like when you are creating Siri, for example, when you're using Siri, you don't expect Siri to be only effective in a vacuum environment. So you want your model to experience all outliers, all anomaly inside data. So that's why I prefer unsupervised method.
Yes, I kind of agree with Dr. Eslin as well. Although I propose this supervised learning during 2022, but then I found out that I ended up with a lot of assumptions. And then when you start to go to that context, you need a lot of assumptions, and you need to have a lot of advice from statistician. Nothing wrong with that, but then you started to deviate from your original point of view, where you need to have a black box model, and you want to make them work for you instead of you feed them with all the informations. And then in terms of data cleaning as well, it's so messy, right? We need to consider everything. We need to clean the data. We need to, there's so many way to clean the data. But I'm not saying that supervise is not good, because if you see um, the current studies, if you see the current trend on logic mining, supervised logic mining actually outperform most of the unsupervised logic minings. So maybe, I don't know, maybe this year or next year, we will see some papers prove differently, right? Okay, I think that actually really helpful in terms of pre-processing.
Can I
Okay,
add, Dr. Shariduan? Can I add?
yeah, sure.
Okay, regarding on data pre-processing, okay, many people might think that supervised approach might be the ultimate thing that we need to consider in data pre-processing. Apart from that, we can actually, the way we handle missing data is also a part of data pre-processing method. And then the way we choose the attribute is also part and parcel of that particular data pre-processing. So we can't really escape, even though you are choosing to opt for supervised on unsupervised learning. So we can't really omit the term of data processing in our work. So that is the common things among all across any data mining or logic mining methods. So if you are saying that we are dealing with non-supervised, we are not having any data pre-processing method, maybe we are, what we call that, we are lacking of something important in that particular process, because we are still doing that process in either way of supervised or unsupervised, what we call learning. So I think both are still okay, but it's up to you on how to justify which one is suitable for your data or big data and whatnot. Okay.
But there's a weakness, actually, Dr. Ashraf, there's a weakness on the unsupervised learning as well. For example, let's say the unsupervised who's using a similarity index to see the relationship between attributes. Imagine you can create a similarity, but then you cannot justify the analysis after you got your induced logic. Whereas if you are using supervised, sometimes when you have a correlations, or maybe if you have some sort of regressions, it shows that there's some relationship between these two attributes, and then normally those two attributes actually has a relationship, and it can be defined or it can be explained further. So I think that the main weaknesses of unsupervised is the issue of interpretability. It's hard for us to interpret when the two attributes which does not make sense, but it has a high similarity index. So that is the thing that when we are dealing with unsupervised, we really need to have at least a few assumptions on what are the things that we can consider and what we cannot consider. All right. Okay. That is a very fruitful comment. Oh, okay.
Maybe we can entertain question here, because the question is already 25 minutes being posted in the chat.
Okay.
That might
So
really related to the earlier part of our work just now. So
Okay.
from Afifa Rosdi, so how can we know that logical rule that we propose in successfully be embedded in the perspective of logic mining? Meaning that she asked about how we can ensure that the choice of logical rule that we propose is success in terms of logic mining. So maybe one of the panel can answer, can give your thought.
maybe I can answer that.
Sure.
Okay. I think that it's very difficult for us to know which logic match with any data sets. It's very difficult. So for me, what we can do is we try to make our logic as flexible as possible. So one way to do it is by venturing non-systematic, or maybe we can venture different negative literals by the work of Dr. Eslin. She she focused on the distribution of negative literals in the logical rules. So that's one way for us to decide which logical rule that is better. We create more flexibility instead of just one type of logic rule, like two set. Maybe we can do rand two set, or maybe we can put y rand two set. Okay, random dynamics, and many more. So that is what we can control. Okay, so the better, if the logic can capture all kinds of properties, that is better, right? So by that standard, I can say G-Ran3 set is the best logic so far, because they can if they can make it right, they can represent all kinds of logic in this field of studies. So that is my point of view on which is good in logic mining. So I believe there are some second questions, right? How can systematic logic encounter the issue of flexibility in logic mining? So maybe Dr. Eslin, maybe you want to you have some explanations on the questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ashraf. Dr. Shariwan. Like Dr. Shariwan said earlier on, maybe you can venture non-systematic. However, in this context, systematic logic. So as mentioned earlier on, the domains inside logic mining, they are abundant, from data preprocessing, from the choice of neural network, from the training algorithm, as well as now the studies are leaning towards optimization in the testing phase. So maybe you can consider to improve other domains inside logic mining to compensate the inflexibility of systematic logic, in my opinion.
Yes, true. Maybe you can increase the order of your logical rule instead of just focusing on two set. Now we are dealing with a bigger satisfiability, such as tree satisfiability. When we are dealing with more higher order satisfiability, then, like for example, the work proposed by Dr. Ashraf, when you have more more higher order logical rule, then you can allow more induced logic during the retrieval phase. Yeah. Okay, so that's a very fruitful conversations. Let's move on to
Ridwan, can I?
yes.
Okay, maybe for the audience here, maybe they can ask question through the chat box, or maybe they can
Sure.
unmute, because this is kind of casual discussion as well.
Yeah.
So or maybe you can keep on asking question related to the talk, to the discussion as well. So thank you so much for the question, Dr. Afifah, just now.
Sure. I would like to invite everyone to ask us questions so that we know not only three of us are here.
Maybe
Right.
can I ask from to Eslin Zamri, Dr. Eslin? So you have one work on logic mining. I mean, one of the notable work, which is on Amazon resource access, right? So can you share with us what motivates you to venture that kind of data in your, I mean, you applied in logic mining as well using CSA. So can you share it to us as well?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ashraf. It's actually my master's work, right? So I'm using logic mining with higher order logical rule, which is tree set, and I embed algorithm inside the training phase by using clonal selection algorithm. So my focus was on Amazon resources dataset, which I retrieved from kaggle.com, which I believe now also available in UCI repository dataset. So my main motivation is that Amazon is a big company, as I think everyone knows what Amazon is. So the problem with its dataset is that they want to know which level of employees they should prioritize to give computerized resources, devices resources. So they want to know which level of executive they should prioritize first. So I'm using logic mining to indicate which level of executive I should prioritize first. So based on my, I would say deduction from my research is that it doesn't necessarily go through the rankings of executive. It's actually based on their role inside Amazon. So mostly executive that are leaning towards hardware, software, cybersecurity in Amazon, they needed more resources. So they should be prioritized first in any resources or computing devices offered by Amazon, such as vice versa to executive in terms of handling the products or more on customer service. They are not significantly important towards the lineup for the computing device. So through logic mining, I can find out specific roles and whatnot that really need the computing device offered by Amazon. So that is.
I have a quick questions with Dr. Eslin as well.
Yep.
I would like to extend from the Amazon discovery, I should say. How does that model, okay, become the limitation compared to your recent work on your logical rule in extracting knowledge from Shopee datasets? Because I can see that you also did some discovery on extracting knowledge from datasets, Shopee dataset, right? Online transaction and so on. So how does the current Trisatra model impede the logic mining to get accurate in this logic?
Okay. Based from my observation, of course, there are many limitations from my model that when I analyzed Amazon. One of the thing is the logical rule. The logical rule that I analyzed was strictly systematic. It's not flexible, as we have mentioned earlier on. The comparison between systematic and non-systematic is actually very significant in terms of the effectiveness of logic mining. So I knew right away I need to change the logical rule into a more flexible logical rule, which is non-systematic. Another thing is the objective functions inside the training phase. I observed that although I'm using preset, one of the things that contributed to overfitting in this logic is I disregard I would say the importance of diversity inside my neural network model. So I knew right away that I needed some sort of modification inside the training phase so that I can offer, I would say I would like to prevent overfitting issues in the logic mining model. I think that's the two main limitations in comparison to what I have done right now.
Okay, so maybe in the future, maybe you can use the same Amazon dataset and then try to use your current model to see whether does it improve the knowledge extraction of the Amazon dataset or not.
Oh, yes.
All right. Okay, so it's already 11:45. Maybe I would like to to shift our direction of discussion towards the future of logic mining. Okay, so I see that we have discussed a lot of domains such as logical rule, pre-processing, learning DHNN, and retrieval and training as well. So maybe before that, we have one questions from the floor. Are the confusion metrics enough to decide which logic mining is better? Maybe Dr. Ashraf, you want to respond to these questions?
Okay, thank you so much, Shaduan. Thank you for the question, Dr. Suad. Are the confusion metrics enough to decide which logic mining is better? So usually for confusion metric, we use it to do the model performance, to evaluate the model performance, because from the confusion metric we can gain information like true positive, true negative, false positive, false negative, right? And from that particular basis, we can develop another matrices, for example, accuracy, Matthews, correlation, coefficients, and whatnot. So that is sufficient for you to do evaluation of the model. However, we have different metrics to evaluate the other aspect of that particular logic mining, for example, similarity analysis, global minimum ratios, and we have another non-conventional use metric as well, so that you can, it depends on the narrative of your comparison between your proposed logic mining model. And maybe someone want to add to my explanation just now?
May I add, Doctor? In my
Sure,
opinion,
Dr. Ezrin.
the formulation, I think it's I would say it's enough for confusion performance metric. I think another thing that you can consider is the point of assessment. Maybe now you can assess your best logic, the accuracy of best logic. Now the perspective is only revolving around how accurate or how precise our induced logic. But maybe now we can see the improvement of the optimization of your neural network. Is it improving? You can assess through the accuracy of precision of your best logic. I think the point of assessment, maybe you can consider.
Yes, I think another metric that we can venture is not only confusion metrics. Maybe we can also consider something like computational time, complexity, right? The complexity ON. We can also consider some sort like Hamming distance, okay, the global minima ratio. That is the thing that okay, one thing about global minima ratio, for me it is very underrated because normally we concentrate global minima ratio in the simulated data sets. Actually, global minima ratio helps. Global minima ratio means that it has a good agreement with what we have put in during the pre-processing phase. For instance, if you are putting some logical rule in the pre-processing phase and you have global minima ratio equals to 1, it means that the the dynamics is there, right? What you have put into the neural network is being well accepted by the neural network. So that is one way to look at it, despite of having a confusion metrics. All right, but I cannot deny also the importance of confusion metrics. It is so important, especially MCC. Okay, accuracy F1 score. Although this confusion metrics is more or less the same, they are TP, TN, FP, and FN. But again, you have to look at the context also. All right, I have another questions from Yuling Guo. Okay, when we propose a new logical rule, we always say that the new logical rule can solve the storage capacity and constrain memory resources of DHNN. Okay, why a new logical rule can expand the storage of DHNN? Okay, that's the first part of the questions. How a new logical rule expanded the storage of DHNN? Okay, because a new logical rule give new synaptic weights, so expand the storage of DHNN. Maybe we can put it into only one questions lah. The question will be, how does this new logical rule expand the storage of DHNN? So maybe we can hear from, okay, maybe I can answer for the first part, and then after that we can hear from other panel as well. Okay, in my opinion, on the storage, there are several storage that we can take into account. Okay, for instance, if you are dealing with the memory storage, when we are putting the value, okay, when we are trying to learn a logical rule, we will have some issues with the higher order logic when we consider the memory capacity. But if we are dealing with the synaptic weight capacity, okay, so when we have different logical rule, means you are expanding the capacity by having different or more variety of synaptic weights. And if, let's say, if you have different CAM, or maybe you have 5 content addressable memory or K content addressable memory, you have different synaptic weight. So this is some sort like multi-unit, but it is a better way lah. Means we are separating the computational unit and then they do it they do the computational separately, and they create the induced logic separately, and they will give the knowledge extraction separately. So I think that is one way to expand the storage in DHNN, rather than just relying on only one logical rule or one set of syntactic weight. So maybe Dr. Ashraf or Dr. Eslin, maybe you care to add in anything from your side?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Shaiduan. Maybe I can start with my point of view. Okay, that is true. Because we have different set of syntactic weight. And if we have new logical rule, we have a more diversified form of logical rule. Because, for example, if we have two sets, so the value of syntactic weight could be either 0.25 or negative 0.25, right? So if we have a combinations of the logic, so we will have a diversified value of syntactic weight, and that will diversify the storage of for that particular syntactic weight as well. So maybe Dr. Zin, anything you
Yes,
want?
imagine you have different R 0.1
Uh,
until R 0.9,
yeah.
then
Because actually work is actually they have different combinations of logical structure and
Yes.
Yeah.
different R, different composition of negative value. So maybe you can share with us your experience.
Yes, I do agree with both Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Ashraf in terms of diversified neuron states in the neural network. Particularly in my work, probably I just can answer through my proposed logical rule, because we are proposing different ratios of negative literals inside neural network. So we are forcing the neural network to learn more negations. What happened inside the neural network with more negations? So not only we can see the behavior of neural network when understanding the logical rule with more negations, but we can see in terms of diversity. So we can find out more diversified solution. So I agree with both of you.
Okay, I think we only have another 7 minutes to go. So I would like to maybe we can transition towards the conclusion part lah, the concluding remarks. But before we go into that, let's us dive into the challenges of logic mining. So as you can see, the trend right now, you are proposing new logic, and then we have a logic mining, and then you improve, you optimize it, and then after that, when you optimize it, then you will compare with the existing work. So what is the paradigm shift for this logic mining? What is the, if let's say, if we want to change the direction of the ship, where will it be? Maybe we can hear from Dr. Eslin.
um, I think as what Dr. Ashraf mentioned, the study of logic mining is quite extensive, but in my opinion, it's really relatively new. So in my opinion, the shift is more on, I would say in my perspective, more on data, focusing more on data, different types of data, give more emphasis on understanding the induced logic. I would say in that direction, because now as a neural network practitioner, we are focusing more on the models. We're not statisticians because we don't handle with data. So in my opinion, the shift should be more on wanting to understand the data and wanting to understand what actually happens throughout the patterns and the optimized output produced by the neural network that could really affect the data. So I just give from my existing current work right now. So I've been dealing with a lot of data. One of the data that I've been dealing with is data that I retrieve from other postgraduate students in pharmaceutical sciences in USM as well. So what they want to know is what contributes to the lowest binding energy of a drug to the protein of someone who has Alzheimer. So as a neural network practitioner, I should not care about what contributes to that. But as a logic mining practitioner, maybe I should understand a little bit more about the data beforehand, before I want to analyze inside logic mining, so that my output of induced logic would be more, I would say, meaningful.
Okay, that's a very very insightful. Maybe Dr. Ashraf, what is the paradigm shifting of this logic mining? Maybe 2 minutes, Dr. Ashraf.
It's a short one. Okay, another thing that we are, I mean, the paradigm shift that needed in our field actually, I mean, the choice of logical rule, because most of the logical rule, I think 99% of the logical rule that has been ventured right now is actually in the form of CNF, okay, which is a conjunctive normal form. However, we are lacking with the exploration in the form of predicate logic, because we are, most of the work are not currently are dealing with propositional logic. And then in fact, in the term of propositional logic as well, we are not, most of the researchers are not venturing into different form. For example, we have implication as well for the cases of the logical language for that particular propositional logic. And then for predicate logic, it is quite vibrant. It could be very meaningful as well, but we are waiting for the researcher to explore that as well, for the eager to spark, to ignite more innovation in logic mining as well. I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Yes, I have to agree with Dr. Ashraf. I think the issue with the current logic mining is they just want to extend from satisfiability logic. So the limit here is the satisfiability logic, propositional logic. They don't want to venture maximum satisfiability. I know it's very difficult, but I think that is the source of the real life problem, because I can say 95 to 99% of the problems are non-satisfiable in nature. So I think that is not word from me. I think it is from the paradigm of NP equals to P, right? Most of the things are non-deterministic in nature. So I think if we want to do some paradigm shifting, we need to have some courage to venture non-satisfiability area. If, let's say, if we are too scared, or maybe it leads to non-interpretations of one Abdullah methods. For example, if you have redundant literals, it will lead to zero synaptic weight. Maybe we can reverse a little bit. Instead of going full on maximum satisfiability, maybe we can have some form of condition where we do satisfiability for a while, and then we can do non-satisfiability for sometimes, and it can be randomly selected. So that's one way to look at it. And then another thing that I would like to highlight is the choice of neural network. I think Hopfi neural network is very old. Maybe I think we need a researcher who are willing to venture more than Hopfi neural network. There's a lot of neural network out there. We have coherent neural network. We have other recurrent neural networks. Okay, but then we are so comfortable in this bubble, right? So hopefully there is some researcher out there who are willing to make that shift. Hopefully it will be me or maybe Dr. Esdin or Dr. Ashraf. Okay, I think it's already 11:59. All right, okay. We have one questions from Nur Jamil. Thank you for the sharing, doctors. I have one doubt. What is actually logic mining? Is it for data classification or predictions? Okay, thank you so much, Nur Jamil, for your questions. Okay, that logic mining is a subset of data mining. So what we did was, this logic mining will extract the knowledge from the data, any data, that big data or whatever data, and then we extract the knowledge or informations from the data in the form of logic. So this particular logic can be interpreted as the knowledge, or we can use that logic to do classifications. And then a small part of it we can do prediction as well, but we need to do some what we call real-time analysis or time series data, time series analysis as well. So to answer your question on that, it will do three things: knowledge extraction, data classification, and predictions. Okay, so I think we already extend to we are late 1 minute. So I would like to pass back to session. Before that, I would like to thank Dr. Ashraf and Dr. Eslin for your insightful comment and conversation. So I really hope everyone who are joining us today get one or two things from our conversation just now. And okay, I think that's it. I will be passing back to the commentator, Zikri.
Okay. I'm not sure that Inspector Zikri is still in this room or not. Let me check. Okay. Maybe he has internet problem. Okay. Never mind. Thank you, Dr. Shariduan and the team from USM. Okay, for the a short forum, sharing experience from USM team. Okay. Okay. It's already 12 midnight. Okay. Let me do allow me to have a short closing remarks. Okay. Before we end off today sessions. Right. So everyone, what an incredible journey it has been. We spent the past 24 hours immersed in a whirlwind of insights, inspirations, and innovations, guided by the wisdom of our 14 remarkable speakers. From dawn till dusk, we've explored the frontier of technology, science, and engineering, and the impact they have on our world. As we bring this marathon of knowledge sharing to a close, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all our speakers, Prof. Angela from Sunway University, AP Dr. Fatima from UKM, AP Dr. Najwa, and AP Dr. Sakina from USM, USIM, AP Dr. Fui, AP Dr. Rainer, Dr. Nur Faraha, and Madam Siti Hasna from UMS, Dr. Shariduan and the team from USM, Inspector Zikri from Royal Malaysia Police, Madam Fauzianti from NCMC, Mr. Chantan all the way from ITC Cambodia, and Liz, finally Dr. Wahida and Dr. Tazli from UBD. Our participants, fellow moderators, Madam Siti, my students, Kambar, and my friend Zikri, and specifically my deans, Prof. Danny, and my head of department, Prof. Angela, staff of School of Engineering and Technology, and generally Sunway University for their support for making this 24 hours IEEE Day 2023 a resounding success. Your enthusiasm, patience, and dedications are what made this event truly extraordinary. Our speakers have been the architects of this intellectual fields, generously sharing their expertise and visions for a brighter, more connected future. We owe them a round of applause of their invaluable contributions. But let's not forget that this isn't the end. It's just the beginning. The ideas ignite here, the connections form, and the insight gain will continue to ripple outward, shaping the future of technology and engineering. As we part ways, I encourage you all to carry forward the spirit of curiosity and collaborations that define IEEE. Let's continue to push boundaries, innovate relentlessly, and work together to make a positive impact on our evolving world. Thank you all for joining us at 24 Hours IEEE Day 2023. Until we meet again, stay curious, stay inspired, and stay connected. and here to a brighter, more electrifying futures. Together, we leverage technology for a better tomorrow. With that, I close for today's event with a big thank you to everyone. And last but not least, let's take a group photo for remembering the moment for today's event. Okay. All right. So hopefully everyone can use the background that I shared in the chat just now. Okay, let's wait a few more minutes for everyone have the times. Maybe a little bit touch up first. Okay. Right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We have 19 still awake until the closing. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Is there anyone else? All right. So I will start taking a pictures. Okay. Let's have a big smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Wait, one more shot. 1, 2, 3. Okay, freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you everyone. With that, congratulations to everyone to make this event happen. Have a good sleep. Okay, we'll meet again. Hopefully our connections, collaborations will continue for the next event. Bye everyone.
Bye. Thank you, Dr. Aslina.
Bye.